guys doing? I already see you guys in the comments. Thank you so much for being here with me today. My name is Tynesha Renee, and I will be your lovely host for the evening. For those of you who are catching the replay of this video, thank you so much for your support. We go live on Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. Eastern time. So hopefully we could catch you next time. Yeah. We got a lot to discuss today. Today, we are going to be talking about modern women. We talk about modern women a lot, okay? But today, we're going to be discussing the dynamic of modern women giving up on relationships or love, their families too easily. I know this is a topic that you guys feel very, very passionate about. I'm passionate about it as well. So we're gonna have some good discussion. I'm hoping that it's a very productive conversation, but we will see how it goes. But of course, before we get into all that, we have to do our icebreaker. If you have been here before, you know what we do. Rate your mental health score on a scale of 1 to 10, and then tell me one win that you've had this week. As always, I love to check in and see how my family is doing. If you're not doing good, tell us that. If you accomplished something great, tell us that too. I want to hear all about it. For those of you who are catching the replay, I am going to timestamp if you want to skip past this point so you could jump right into the live stream. So I guess I'll go ahead and kick it off. My mental health. I think my mental health this week has been a little bit off. I'm just going to be completely honest. Today, I'm probably like around a 7 to an 8. But I don't know. Y'all could tell me if you feel the same way. Like something has been off with the energy. I've just been really tired. I don't want to get bothered by people. I told you guys my introverted and this is coming out. And so I've just been feeling really, really awkward this week. But enough of that. I do want to go ahead and get into my win. So my win was actually going to be that I have been practicing self-care. I think I'm in a space now where it's like, if I'm tired and I don't want to do something, I'm not going to do it. So usually I would miss out on sleep to record content. And I was like, no, I'm getting sleep this week. I'm tired. That's it. I went and got a facial. So I'm really focusing on just making sure my mental health is good. But then today, officially, we hit 20K, you guys, which I'm super, super excited about. The last time that I was on here, I said I wanted to hit 20K by my birthday, which is November 19th. And we actually hit 20K exactly on Thirsty Thursday. So salute to that. I hope you guys have your drinks ready. I have my drink ready and I have my wine so I can top off my drink. We're about to be lit today. Okay, but enough of me talking. Let's see what you guys got going on. Okay, so a lot of 7s out there. Most people, you feel like you're at a 7 most times. Yeah, that's fair. I usually try to be around like the 8 or 9 range, but y'all know life be lifing. Going to see Wakanda Forever. Yes. Wait, so you're saying you already saw it? Did it come out already? I thought it came out on the 11th. Is that not right? If you saw it, let us know how it is. Was it good? Did people come in and show out? Did people come in wearing white? I heard people were trying to do all of those things. So let the people know how the movie was. But that's dope. I actually plan to go see it this weekend. Okay. Sabi says it comes out tomorrow. Okay, cool. I'm probably gonna go catch it at a matinee. I thought I was gonna go to a drive-in because we have drive-in movies here. Might do that, but I want to be sure to check it out because we gotta support. Some theaters released it today. Okay, yeah, don't be in here doing the spoilers. I'll be ready to fight when people do that now. Don't tell us nothing that happened in the movie. Just tell if it was good. If it was good, give us a thumbs up, and then we gotta support our people. Let's see. Baseball King, so you're feeling like you're an 8. Okay, cool. Your win for the week was that you bought 5 new books to read. Yes, we love that. I've actually been getting into reading more. The book that I'm reading right now is T.D. Jakes' When Women Pray, and I think it's very, very inspiring. I just need motivation at this point in life. So I love self-help books. If you guys have any recommendations, let your girl know because we always trying to elevate. What else I got going on here? Oh, yes. Electric Being. You've been breaking your procrastination. I love it. Procrastination is one of my weaknesses. So I love that for you. James, I'm laughing at your comment. Yo, the way that you come up with these little punchlines is hilarious. You are a 10. You're off this weekend with pay. That's dope. I'm going to be off next week with pay. We'll talk about that a little bit more. You're happier than Nick Cannon meeting a lady off birth control. Child, Nick Cannon is on what? I think it's his 12th child now. Nick Cannon don't want these women off birth control. He said he wants to plant his seed in everybody, especially women who are not melanated, because he feel like he got to prove a point that he can have those women. So Nick Cannon be out here in these streets for real, for real. Okay, in the house. JC, I did see Chavis's comment. Thank you for coming to the live. If you like self-help, read Outwitting the Devil by Napoleon Hill. Most life-changing book you'll ever read. I'm going to star that just so that I don't forget. Definitely do appreciate. Oh, you guys coming through with the books. Hold on, wait. Mix between law-abiding citizens / Men in Black, possible 8 to 10. You're okay. What does that mean? It's complicated. I'm trying to think of what that analogy means, and I don't quite get it. So tell us what's going on. Let us know. Hi, Linus. Hey, Credit K. I'm so happy that you were able to make it. Thank you so much for joining. Okay. So overall, it seems like everybody is doing good, which is a very, very beautiful thing. But I do want to go ahead and get into this topic tonight because it's very layered and I feel like it could go in many different directions. I have very mixed feelings on it, but I got my notes. So we here. When I got my notes, y'all know that we ready. So today's topic, why are we even talking about modern women not being kind of down, loyal for their families, giving up too easily? So Tara and I, shout out to my girl Tara. If you watch my channel, you see she's been in a few of my videos so far. We made a video, and a part of the video, we were discussing unconditional love / struggle love. And we made a short to the video, and we got a lot of interesting responses on that video. We got some comments saying that, women are just very selfish nowadays. Again, you don't think about your kids, you don't think about your family. And so that is the basis for the video today. So I'm going to play a clip as a refresher. Some of you guys might have seen it, just so that you have some context. And then we're going to go ahead and get into it. And that's something I used to hear a lot of women saying growing up. I'm a ride or die. If my man go to prison for 6 years, I'm sticking by it.
You dying, sis? We dying?
That's how ghetto.
Putting myself on the back end, not choosing me above everything, not prioritizing my peace. I don't even resonate with that no more.
Okay. So that was pretty much the basis of the clip. Tara said that she feels like relationships are supposed to ease and flow. And if it's too much of, havoc, you guys aren't respecting each other, then she's out the door. Like, she doesn't want to deal with it. And again, the response is that, women are the issue. This is why guys are getting their passports. You guys use men until you're done with them, and then you dip, so on and so forth. Okay, so that was the general consensus. So before we get into today's topic, I want to clarify Tara's views versus my views, and I think that will help with the rest of the live stream. So Tara, she's very much living like a monk lifestyle. Okay, that's what she calls it. So she feels like she doesn't want to have sex for the rest of her life. She doesn't want to date. She doesn't want to marry. She doesn't want to have kids. She's comfortable being in solitude. She'll have connections with people and build friendships and appreciate them for what they are, or who they are, but she doesn't want a romantic connection. That's not what she wants. So for her, when she's saying ease and flow, that makes sense, because when you're a person who you're comfortable being by yourself, anybody who causes confusion in your life, you're not going to be with it, right? Now, me, I am a person who does want commitment. I don't have casual sex, but I'm not saying that I don't want to have sex for the rest of my life now, child. Okay, we don't want them cobwebs down there. Okay, so I do want to have a man, have a family one day, but I am big on healthy love, right? I don't believe in struggle love, which is kind of like what we were talking about in the video when I made the reference to, holding your man down in jail. that was kind of what I saw growing up. I grew up in the hood, a lot of men from teenage years in the streets doing God knows what. And then you have the good girls who hold them down. And that whole type of dynamic was glorified. And I don't identify with that. But I think that people did misinterpret what we meant when we said struggle love. So I just wanted to clarify that. Okay. LS says, no sex. Sheesh. I know. I think she said she's almost 7 years in now. 7 years. So she's in that journey. She loves it. So, it is definitely working her, but she's definitely not doing any sort of a interaction. Baseball King says, she says relationships should ease and flow. Ha ha. Has she ever talked to married people that have stayed together past 20 plus years? The interesting thing is that I think her parents have been married for that long. So she comes from a family that has that background. And I think that some of her viewpoints come from how can I say this? Come from the effort that she sees her mother has given in the relationship or the sacrifices that she's made. So she has witnessed that, but she's set on her beliefs. You can't tolerate disrespect in the name of just having a partner. I'm with you, Taby. That is exactly how I feel. Hold on, y'all. Oh, my laptop's trying to die on me. We're not doing that today. So yes, Taby, I do agree with you. You can't tolerate disrespect in the name of just having a partner. So I want to tell you guys a little bit about my background, because I used to be this person who would tolerate disrespect just because I wanted to have somebody. And that's why I feel so strongly about not conforming or accepting this notion of struggle love. So I definitely was the person who didn't fall often. I mean, I don't fall for people often. It's very rare that I actually like somebody. But when I like someone, I really, really do like them. Like once I like you and we're in there, it's like I'm really, really dedicated to you. And so a lot of the time, I just felt like I was trying to force a connection with people. I attracted emotionally unavailable men for whatever reason. And so a lot of my experiences were rooted in that non-reciprocity type of dynamic. So I do agree with you, not tolerating disrespect just to say that you have someone. I believe that you should love yourself and you shouldn't force something that really isn't there. Okay, so that's how I feel about it. Hold on, let me see. Oh, you guys are coming through in the comments. What we got? So Taby says a lot of people just stay because they don't want to start over or they don't want to be alone, but you end up suffering anyway because you're living in an illusion. Yes, it's this notion of falling in love with potential versus who the person really is, right? And so I think that really is the conundrum, right? So I think that a lot of women struggle with figuring out, okay, what's the balance between me being loyal and dedicated to my partner? I'm there for our relationship. I'm selfless versus me being taken advantage of. So that's kind of what we are going to be dipping into today. So I do want to go over a comment that someone left on my channel, which I definitely thought was a good kickstart to this conversation. So you got games on your phone. Shout out to you got games on your phone for this comment. But she said that she was a person who used to stay for years in relationships that were clearly never going to be better. And she would try to fight for what was pretty much unrequited love. Unrequited, not reciprocated. Definitely resonate with that. And she says that it's no longer about fighting for something that's clearly dysfunctional, incompatible, and downright toxic. So you don't want to do that. There's a limit to everything. And she did reference a comment that someone had left on my channel where they said that the reason why women leave so quickly is because we feel like we have a bunch of options, right? Endless options out there. And so if one thing happens, we're quick to hop off board and we go to someone else. But again, she's saying it's not about that. It's all about not wanting to fight for something that isn't good for your well-being. So all of this boils down, honestly, to healthy boundaries. And so I want to expand on that. Let's talk about healthy boundaries. What is it that you guys feel is justified for a woman to deal with in the name or for the sake of saving her family? Do you feel like she's supposed to be there with the man cheating? If he's abusive, do you expect her to stay? What is the standard for what a woman is supposed to endure for her to not be seen as selfish? What are the healthy boundaries? That's the $1,000,000 question for the night. Ivan says, our struggle love always involves prison. That's what's wrong with our community. I agree. But you know what was interesting when I made that comment? I got pushback on it. And men were like, oh, so you mean to tell me that if you have a husband and what were the examples they gave? He lost his job. And so he has to do a legal activity to take care of the family. Or your husband went to prison because he was defending your honor. No, those are not the situations that we're talking about. You guys know what we're talking about. We're talking about the situationship, toxic, hood booger, Pookie and Ray Ray type of dynamic that is glorified. So yes, I totally do agree with you. Baseball King, very valid question. Who determines what struggle love is, though? Should men hold a woman down through struggles on her end that she might deem a struggle? Yeah, I think that's a add-on question. So one, we're trying to figure out what is considered to be a legitimate struggle. Okay. What are normal things to endure in a relationship? And what are the things that you probably shouldn't endure because it's going into the direction of being toxic? And then we'll add on your question. Who determines what struggle love is? I personally think that love is an exchange. And so when we're determining when we're saying who determines struggle love, I think that's a conversation that you guys have to have from the beginning. Establish what your boundaries are. If you guys are pushing past those boundaries, then that is struggle love because you guys talked about it in the beginning. In terms of should men hold a woman down through struggles on her end, give me more context, Baseball King. What are some of the struggles that you're referencing that a woman might experience that the man is expected to endure? Want to answer that, I feel like I'll have more context to respond to your question. What we got? Yeah. Taby, you on a roll, says love has to be reciprocated or you're fighting a losing battle. Don't ever make someone tell you more than once that they don't want you. Absolutely do agree. Hang on. Let's see if Baseball King responded. You don't need to write for a man in prison. Agreed. 9 times out of 10, if he got there from being in the streets, it could have put you in danger. Yeah. So I think the biggest thing is like if he didn't start, I don't know. I'm iffy on this because the example where they were like, okay, you're married, and let's say your husband does what would it be considered like a blue collar crime? So he did something fraudulent with money, right? He was a scammer because you guys went broke. I don't know if I would give up on my husband for that, but I'm definitely not going to hold someone down who we were like casual for a few months. He was in the streets and then he got locked up. That's dead to me. But I think that can be a little bit iffy. Okay. So Daniel, I think that you were responding to the question of what men are expected to stand by. So what type of struggles a woman would have that a man is expected to stand by. So you said most women in their 30s have a lot of health issues. Who said that? Where are you getting that stat from? And it's expected of men to care for them. How do you guys feel about that? I don't know if a lot of women in their 30s have a lot of health issues. But maybe I'm missing something. What are these health issues that you're talking about? Is it like diabetes, blood pressure? Is it something going on where she can't have kids? Like what are the things that you feel like you're seeing? Okay. We'll come back to that. But I do want to answer Money 1322. What's up, Money? So Money says, I need an answer for struggle love. It wavers between people. My idea of struggle love would be a relationship that has more bad all the time than it has good, right? That's a basic flatline example. So any relationship, again, I'm very much realistic. I understand that you're going to have struggles. That's a part of being with someone. It's going to be up and down, like different hurdles. But 90% of the time, I don't think that the relationship should be detrimental to you. That person shouldn't stress you out. You guys shouldn't be disrespecting one another. Lots of insecurity, cheating issues, violence. Like those are the things that I would consider struggle love. And I know that you asked if struggle love is financially struggling. I don't consider financial struggle love. And a lot of people made this comment on my video, and I had to break it down for them. I'm not sure that I would consider that to be struggle love, but I am curious to know what you guys think about that. If the man is struggling financially, or the couple, I shouldn't even just put it on the man. If the couple is struggling financially, is that the definition of what struggle love is? Mm-mm-mm-mm. I don't know. So I think that hmm. So my standpoint on finances, I really feel like if you have a ride or die partner in the healthier sense, so someone who always has your back, you guys gonna get money together, right? It might not always be pretty, and you guys might have some moments where y'all gotta eat noodles and y'all might be on an air mattress for a little bit, but I think that you guys can make it work. You're building together. So I don't know, because there's a lot of people who are in other countries, different cultures, and they don't have a whole lot of money, but they're happy, right? So I don't know if I would consider that struggle love. For me, now that I'm saying it out loud, I think that struggle love would be how it makes you feel overall internally. If that relationship is not making you happy, but you're staying in it because you are scared to move forward, you feel like you're not going to have any options if you move forward, you feel like you dedicated all this time, so you're just dealing with toxicity. Toxicity is the key. Then I think that's what struggle love is. Oh, Baseball King, hold on. So, Baseball King says struggle love to men could be dealing with her low sex drive, postpartum for years. It can be violent. If she becomes barren after you marry, question mark. Yes. Uh, barren, by the way, you can't have children. Or she won't check her fam and friends for how they treat you. Wow, that's a very interesting one. I don't know if I would have categorized that last one as struggle love, but I think that's valid. What do you guys think? Dealing with her low sex drive. Well, then I think that that depends on the person, because how important is sex to you, right? So if she's an amazing woman and she caters to you in every other way, but the sex is just kind of lacking, would that be considered struggle love? And vice versa. So women, if you have this amazing guy, he's super dedicated to you, but his sex drive is just low, or the stamina is not there, or something's happening where sex isn't where you want it to be, is that considered struggle love? I think it depends on how you value sex. Shay Butter, hey, I know you were snapping last week, so I'm excited to see you again. Shay Butter says, struggle love for men is dealing with broke, busted, and disgusted women. Women who act like they are God's gift to men. Woo! She just said a word. Okay. Struggle love is for men dealing with broke, busted, and disgusted women. Well, I think the question is like, okay, maybe that's not fair to ask, but I was gonna say, why are they dealing with them in the first place? But I think that's kind of the whole point of struggle of why are you dealing with this in the first place? Is it rooted out of, again, fear that you can't find someone? Is it low self-esteem? But damn, women who act like they're God's gift to earth, or God's gift to men, I should say. So I guess the question is, seeing as though so many women feel like they are the prize, are a lot of men dealing with struggle love if we're following that logic? I don't know. That's something I think I gotta reflect on. I think that if a okay, so if a woman act like she's God's gift to men, right? Maybe that man might not feel appreciated because, again, she feels like she's the one who brings the value in the relationship, so she doesn't have to try as much. So if he is not being satisfied, not being respected, not feeling like his presence is valued or appreciated, then yeah, I think that that might be a category of struggle love. Yes, for sure. To be honest, if men were extremely honest with women, a lot of women are struggle love women. Oh, how do y'all feel about that? Do you guys feel like a lot of women nowadays are struggle love women? Is this why men are saying that they don't want to get married anymore? Or that they don't see value in getting married anymore because it's going to be struggle love? I don't have any answer to that. I think I just want to see what you guys say. That's a very, very loaded question. My goodness. How do you feel about about the prize label? Both man and woman are God's gift to both. I agree. So this is going to kind of tie into, this is a 2-in-1. So Nicole and then Money 1322. How do I feel about the prize label? I think that both people are the prize. I personally think there's something wrong with this whole argument that we're doing where you're saying, I'm the most important one. I'm valuable. You guys are both valuable. And if you're operating as a unit, then that shouldn't even matter. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like that person if you work in a team setting at work. You guys are all technically supposed to be the glue. Everybody's bringing their own strengths to hold the whole team together. But if you have that one person who feels like they're better than everybody, it throws the whole dynamic out of order. And I feel the same thing about a relationship. Why is it so important to you to be seen as the prize is the question. Why can't you guys just both have value? That's how I feel about it. I've never been pressed to say I'm the prize in this. Do we respect each other? Do we love each other? Cool. Then we both are valuable and we're both the prize. Lina said it's actually the opposite. What's actually the opposite? Are you saying that, is this a reference to the struggle love things? Or are you saying that men are the ones who are struggle busting and women deal with it? Let the people know what you mean. Okay. Since COVID, women are looking for stability in their relationship and financially. Since COVID? Since 1800 BC, that's always been a thing where women are looking for stability. Like that's the one of the top reasons for wanting to have a man. I know that sounds horrible to say, but I mean that's an important part. You want someone who can provide and protect. Comes down to equally yoked. Yes, I do agree. Yes, a lot of women are struggle love for men, partly because they think they know how men think, and men should see things through their lenses. Okay. I think that there's some truth to this. I think this kind of ties back into the live that we did last week where I was talking about something, the whole plastic surgery thing, and we were discussing the viewpoints of men, and women were in the comments like, no, that's a lie. You guys don't really feel like that. And it's like, how you gonna tell me what I feel? So I agree. I think there's a lot of women out there who feel like they know men better than they know themselves. So that's a fact. If you can't understand where your partner is coming from, then that could definitely lead to struggles. No one wants to help each other prosper as people. I agree. It's very selfish. This whole dynamic that we're in society nowadays, it's more of what can I get from you as a person versus how can I pour back into you. Very, very selfish. So I do agree with that. Shea butter, baby. Well, there's an article saying that single women are the highest evicted. So who is really the prize? Child, it's hard out here. It is expensive in these streets. And we know, isn't there also a stat that says that women are the most educated, but we also are the most educated, but we pick majors that don't make a lot of money. So, I mean, in general, they also say like women make up the most amount of debt. So women just aren't good, statistically speaking, with making financial decisions. So I don't know if we're thinking about value being in terms of money and stability, then I think in that case, then the person who brings more stability or money would be the prize. But that doesn't matter most to everybody. So I'm not sure if I would say straight across the board, men are the prize just because they might make more money than women. And y'all the most in debt. Well, go in then. God damn. Let us know how you really feel. Oh, The Black intellectual says single mothers are the highest evicted, not single women. That makes sense. I mean, if you're a single parent, you might not make as much and you have to take care of one or multiple children, then yeah, it's rough out here. Women tend to pick social degrees, which end up paying less. I feel attacked. I feel attacked. I'm a psychology major, so I definitely understand. Whereas men tend to go into STEM jobs and construction. Yeah. I think it is shifting a little bit. Women are starting to go into tech and things like that a little bit more, but you're absolutely right. Okay. We're going to switch gears a little bit. And I want to actually raise something that one of my friends said today. Okay. So he and I were on the phone and we were talking about this topic today. And he was saying that men saying that women are so quick to leave. They don't know how to endure hardships in a relationship. They don't stand by their men. He felt that that was rooted in misogyny, and he felt that it insinuates that women are supposed to go through hell and back just because they're women and they should stand by their men. What do you guys think about that? Are those viewpoints possibly rooted in misogyny? We're gonna throw a banner on that one. Misogyny. Is misogyny a part of this conversation? Is that why so many men are bothered by women being quick to leave? Because they feel like they don't really need men as much anymore. So they're not going to stay like they did previously in other generations. Woman. Money 1322 says misandry is today's movement. For those of you who don't know, misandry vocab word is the hatred of men. I don't know. What do you guys think about that? I think that misogyny and misandry at this point, they might be neck and neck, honestly, with what we're seeing and what's being pushed in the media. So, what do you guys think about that? He's wrong. How can it be rooted in misogyny if women want monogamy for free? This is bringing up a whole nother sidebar. So, should women have to pay for monogamy? What is it when you say monogamy for free? What are the women expected to do in return? Are we talking about more domesticated tasks? Because there's women who are definitely domesticated, soft, feminine, and the man still is not monogamous. So what do you expect women to do? What do we have to do to get monogamy in return? Yes, pay up. Pay up how? Tell the people what you mean. It's rooted in misogyny. King Nikki, shout out to you. Hey, girl. Certain men are mad that women have choices now. I am in agreement with you. I think that there are a lot of men who are frustrated that women are seen as being out of their league now. And I think that happens a lot when you start thinking about women who might have high maintenance expectations. Some men will kind of bash those women or try to bring them down a couple notches because they want to have access to those women. So I personally think that happens. Now, does that happen all the time? Is that the full circle picture of everything? I don't know if I would say that, but that definitely does play a role. Misandry is a joke to me. Misogyny literally causes violence against women. Men literally assault, attack, violate women, etc. Ooh, King Nikki stirring up the pot today. Da, 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 da. Okay, so King Nikki has proposed that misogyny causes all of these issues. Violence against women, femicide is definitely a thing. What does misandry cause? So if we're saying that women hate men, what are the effects of misandry? I think misandry seems to be promoted by Black women more than other races. Yes. I say that hesitantly because that can be a whole rabbit hole, but I agree. I definitely do agree with you that it happens more in our community than other races, but there's so many things that impact the way that we see one another and causes this separation versus us being collectivistic. So I agree with you, but I think we really got to tackle what the root causes of these things are. Mm, mm, mm. Misandry advocates for the eradication of men, which is just malicious. Can you give me an example of that? I think that we may have talked about this briefly on the channel before when we mentioned Cynthia G. We talked about that in the first live stream. But where else are you seeing that we are promoting the eradication of men? So Shea Butter says Young Miami promotes misandry, but she's been falling at the feet of bisexual Diddy. Oh Lord. I'm not even gonna comment on the bisexual part. But how does she promote misandry? Is it because they are promoting using men for their resources? What do they say? Other than that, I don't know what else the city girls say. They talk a lot about not having sex with a man if he's not giving you money, men sending them money, men paying for their surgeries and their lifestyle and things like that. So how is that misandry? Women these days wear nothing. What does that mean? I'm trying to understand the correlation. Of course, it's never broadcasted. Alex, is that what you're saying about misandry? So you're saying that it does happen, but women just aren't broadcasting it? So is it like this? How can I say this? It's something that's not um out in the open. It's more of like covert. So maybe women are having these discussions amongst themselves and it influences the way that they see men. If that happens, what are the effects of such? Is it what we're discussing today where women aren't sticking by men? Like what are the effects of misandry if you guys are saying that that happens? It's misandry because it's telling young men and women that transactional relationships or sugar babies are fine. I'm going to play devil's advocate here because a few short minutes ago, you guys insinuated that women have to pay for monogamy. So if we're saying that women have to pay for monogamy, is that not also transactional? Is it wrong for relationships to be transactional? I don't know. I'm not sure that I would say transactional relationships are misandry because Diddy in this case is benefiting from it, right? He has a young girl on his arm. I personally think that her being with him, she's a young, fresh face. She's helping his career. So he's benefiting from it too. They're both getting something out of that situation. Sex, obviously. So what do you mean? The Black intellectual, you should just do call-ins. I'm down to do that. I mean, I've said this before. If you guys actually want to join the live, you are more than welcome to let me know. And I'll definitely tap you in. There's an invite link that I can post in the chat. If you guys want to click on that, I'll have to approve for you guys to come in, but you're more than welcome to join. Step to the platform. I want to hear. I want to know because I don't think that the question that we're asking is quite being asked. F you pay me, men calling men B, sassy, gay, misgendering men. So to wrap this up, I think what King Nikki is trying to say, because she says she feels like misandry is a joke. So she's saying that misogyny is actually leading to violence toward women, right? That is a physical thing. Women are losing their lives. Where the examples that you guys have presented, not saying that they aren't wrong, I'm not going to minimize it, but it seems like it's more of like a verbal name calling thing. So I think that she's saying that it's not on the same level because the outcomes of both, they're vastly different. King Nikki, tell me if you agree or not, but I imagine that she's saying that if it was a situation where misandry was leading to the death of men the same way that misogyny is leading to the death of women, then they would be on an equal platform. I'm relaying the message. I'm very neutral ground here, so don't come for me. Body shaming men. Can we do Zoom? No, we are on StreamYard right now, so you would have to join the link if you want to tap in, so we can't do that. A little bit before. Self-prostitution. Yeah, I mean, I think that what you guys are considering misandry is using men for resources, emasculating men, maybe I would say. So men aren't losing their lives. There's a TV show called Snaps where it highlights women killing men. I like that show. That sounded kind of crazy as I said it, but I agree that that does happen. But I think the question is that rooted in misandry? Because a lot of times on Snap, the women will kill men because it's like a crime of passion. They were crazy, something happened in their relationship, but is that the same as misandry? Is what we're kind of getting at. King Nikki says, yes, I agree. Men stalk and attack women, so men complaining about hurt feelings is not the same. But Snap isn't rooted in misandry. I agree with that. Okay, Tynesha, with what's being said on misandry, do you understand why it's a whole movement of the Passport Brothers thing? Let me tell you guys something with the whole Passport Brothers. I feel like this comes up every live, so I'll say my viewpoints on it. I understand a person feeling like if they're not appreciated somewhere, then they need to go somewhere else, right? I do get that. When women are, oh, we got someone trying to hop on the stage. Let me answer this and then I'll let you in, Black Intellectual. When women are frustrated about men wanting to go elsewhere, I also I can understand why they're frustrated because the way it's being verbalized and they feel like they're being bashed and it probably hits their ego and stuff like that. But at the same time, if you're not looking to make adjustments for the people that you claim you want, then I understand why they're looking elsewhere. And that's for anybody, right? Women, if you don't feel appreciated, you're probably going to go somewhere else too. And that has happened. So I do get that, but I'm a little bit stuck on what you mean when you say that. With that being said, on misandry, do you understand why it's a whole movement of the Passport Brothers thing? Like how are those correlated? Because of disrespect, the disrespect aspect, the verbal things that King Nikki was talking about. Is that what you mean? I want to make sure I'm understanding you guys. So please tell me if I'm misinterpreting. Baseball King says, only someone who is privileged to not face a certain kind of struggle can call it a joke. Most women don't even understand how misandry affects men. She doesn't clearly. So this is a learning moment for us, right? So I think what's happening is women are saying that we don't see your experiences as severely as we see our experiences when we are dealing with misogyny. So anybody can chime in. What are some of the impacts that you feel from misandry that you feel you want women to understand? Is it a pride thing? You feel insecure in relationships because of it? Are people seeing you differently? These are all things that we want to know so we can understand, because right now we might be seeing it from the lens of women, kind of like what was mentioned before, but we want to understand what you guys think as well. Women don't attack men. Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. Yes, that does happen. But I think that the question is always going to circle back to, is that rooted in misandry or is that more of an individual thing? Amber Heard was a little bit crazy, and I think she was rude to everybody, honestly, if I'm remembering the case correctly. So is it a her thing, or are you saying that women are out here attacking men because we hate them? I feel like that came out as sarcastic, but I'm really trying to understand what you mean. Misogyny is to the manosphere as misandry is to the divestment BWE movement. Okay. Mm, okay. Do you want to elaborate on that a little bit? Let the people know what you mean so we can make sure we're fully understanding you, Chavis. When you say elsewhere, a lot of us are turning to other women, same sex. So Christina says those foreign women are also using these men. They are just as abusive. Just ask the men that live in their country. What do you guys think about this? This is a rebuttal that I see a lot to the Passport Brothers movement. And this one here I haven't seen specifically, but I think a lot of people were saying, like, men, they're here in the States and they can't have a relationship with women here. And so they might not be equipped to be the man that other women in other countries, abroad are looking for. And so they're going to have the same issues. So I've heard that these are common rebuttals to, again, the Passport Brothers movement. But she's saying that women in foreign countries are just as abusive. Okay. So I think that we'll come back to that, to the Passport Brothers thing, because I think that we were kind of circling back to the answer about misandry. So Baseball King says misandry does kill men all the time. Nikki is likely uninformed on this topic. Men get put in jail behind misandry, lose their jobs, their families, falsely accused. The cops don't even help us against women. Okay. I think that these are pretty valid points. So Nikki, would you agree that these are rooted in misandry, or do you feel like they're coming from other things? Degrading, gaslighting. Let me see. Black intellectual, I do still see you. I think I'm gonna bring you in when we get past like some of the main points. And then I'm gonna bring you into the chat. So I do see you. I haven't forgot about you. Shout out to Emmanuel. Thank you so much for the super chat. He said, I don't really think it's misandry. I think that the overall lack of respect that women show men in Western culture is what leaves men saying they'll travel to other countries to find their wives. I am actually in agreement with this. I'm not sure if it's labeled as misandry, but it's still a problem, right? We don't want to negate that. The overall lack of respect for men, that's a thing. But I'm not sure that it's quite misandry. For me, I would think that misandry is like a woman. Let's say a woman got scarred by a man. She had a really, really bad experience, and she's one of those people who are like, men ain't like, I hate all y'all, la 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 la, like saying stuff like that. Then I would say, okay, maybe her feelings and what she's saying, that's rooted in misandry. I would agree with that. Absolutely. But yeah, I'm not sure. I think it is overall just a whole lot of disrespect. Stats do show that women attack men more, but they can't physically harm them, so it's looked over. Oh, that's a valid point. First of all, send me those stats when we finish this live. That's a valid point, though, and I agree. I think that I agree with the fact that women do attack men, but it's wrong for them to respond, right? Popular example of this is this might be a controversial statement, but the whole Chris Brown and Rihanna situation, right? Chris Brown obviously got the horrible end of it because he definitely put hands on her, but they were hitting each other. You know what I'm saying? But obviously he's the man. He wasn't supposed to respond like that. He's expected to have self-control. So I do agree. We don't see it the same way. And a lot of it has to do with, men, they are larger in size, they're more strong, they're supposed to protect and not hurt women. And so I think we have all of these ideologies that do align with this, where when men are being abused, it's not taken seriously. A lot of people didn't take Johnny Depp seriously at first, and then the details came out and they were like, oh yeah, girl was kind of twisted. But I agree, it does happen a lot. That's fighting tactics. King Nikki says the justice system is run by white men, so it's not misandry that's causing what he's speaking of. Ooh, I feel like that's a sticky comment. How do you guys feel about that? The justice system is run by white men, so it's not misandry that's causing what he's speaking of. So is it rooted in racism, you're saying? What do you think the cause of it is? We're gonna spend a couple more minutes on this, and then we're gonna get back to the topic at hand. But I think it is important to hash out these things so we can understand how each other thinks. Very, very important. Baseball King. Okay, we got a little feisty today. Baseball King says that he doesn't have to reduce the effects of misogyny's effect on women because he sees it every day. Women get triggered when men call out misandry. They play victim to dismiss it. So he's saying, I know that misogyny happens. I see it. I'm not denying that it happens. But when we bring up misandry, women hating men, you guys can't take accountability for it. You deflect, you play victim. What do you guys think about that? Oh, Lord, K God. Do we even want to go there, child? Soon it might be a Kanye Kyrie type of a situation. And we start talking about that. So is it La Maricha? Did I say that right? The whole society is rooted in racism. Black women aren't protected because men stay quiet to uphold power in the supremacist society. Oh God. This might go left or it could go real right. We'll see. How do you guys feel about that? The whole society is rooted in racism. Black women aren't protected because men stay quiet to uphold power in a supremacist society. Alex says, next topic, please. I feel like I do want to switch topics because I want this to be a loving place. So we might put a pause on that. But I think that the biggest consensus here is that misogyny, we can agree that's a thing that happens. Misandry, we can agree that that's a thing that happens. But I think that with the way society is structured, we are more likely to point out the effects of misandry than maybe misogyny. We are more likely to point out the effects of misogyny versus pointing out the effects of misandry. And misandry might be something that's a little bit more complex. Because when you think of misogyny, with the society that we live in, men are typically in power. A lot of standards benefit men. I feel like that's an iffy thing to say. Standards benefit women too, but generally speaking, a lot of standards benefit men. So I can see why those things are entangled, but when you start thinking about misandry, it might be a little bit more layered. Okay. We are going to switch gears a little bit. So if you guys remember, when we were talking about women, again, giving up easily on relationships, we left off with talking about women who want to have healthy relationships, right? And that's the reason why they're not dealing with toxicity. And that's how we got into this whole conversation with, the notion that women should have to deal with struggles and stuff just to finally reach the pot of gold, which is love in the end. That's rooted in misogyny, right? So we are going to switch gears a little bit. And Emmanuel, I do see your comment. So I think this is actually a really, really good segue. Okay. So Emmanuel, thank you again for the super chat. Appreciate you showing love. Emmanuel says that the true disconnect is that there are no men in these houses, and the young girls who are growing into women have never seen what a masculine man is, being that over 80% of homes are fatherless. Okay. So I had a similar point. I think that women, playing devil's advocate, right? So we talked about women who want healthy things, and now we're going to talk about women who really might be giving up too easily for several different reasons. I do believe that because we don't have men in the house, right? We're not seeing what the true nature of a relationship is supposed to look like in a lot of cases. And a lot of women are looking to TV, right, as an example of what a family should look like. Disney, all the other feel good movies, rom coms, romance movies. And I think that it can lead to having an unrealistic idea of what relationships are supposed to look like. Relationships are not like TV, but I think a lot of people are expecting it to be that. And so I think that could be playing a role as well. But I do want to know what you guys think about that. So, do you think that this is all linked together? Do women have unrealistic expectations about relationships and how they should function? Because, like Emmanuel said, a lot of homes are fatherless. Women aren't seeing the interaction between a mother and a father. And therefore, they're looking to media to lay that foundation of what a relationship is supposed to look like. Ooh, these comments are a mess, child. Stay on topic, guys. I don't want us to argue. We can debate. We can debate, right? I'm okay with debating, but I do want us to have a progressive discussion as well. So, what do you guys think about that? Do women have unrealistic expectations about marriage, relationships, because we do not have men present in the house for us to see what a relationship is supposed to be like? So, Baseball King says he agrees with Emmanuel. That was the issue that many of your former students had. Are you a teacher, a counselor? What do you do? But anyway, she said that you never had a man correct them until they met me. They think it's disrespect because they've been taught by women their whole life. Talk about it. Talk about it. I think that's a valid point. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Do women struggle with, and when you say former students, I'm not sure if you were talking solely about women or if this was men and women. But you're basically saying that because men aren't there, not used to discipline from a man, right? Having that male voice present. And so anytime that someone hears something different than what they were taught by the women who raised them, which we know women are going to raise children differently, is seen as disrespect. I think that we actually see this dynamic happen a lot um, when we start having discussions about women in relationships, the role that they should play, how women should handle themselves or carry themselves with respect. I think that anytime you try to, I don't want to say criticize, but yeah, I guess so, give constructive criticism to somebody. Be like, you might be moving a little bit janky, right? The way that you're moving might not get you the results that you want. Things like that, women automatically see it as an attack because they weren't taught those messages growing up. So I agree. I do agree. So La Maricha says, I think it does relate, either fatherless homes or childhood trauma, not having a mentor. I don't think it's unrealistic when that's your reality, when that's all you see. I do agree with the fatherless homes, trauma, no mentors, but I think that's a big part of the issue with society now. We see things in the media as our reality, and that's not really the case. So, like a lot of these social media standards, what we see, it's not real. So if that's not reflective of what's truly happening in society, how is it not realistic? Your perception is not reality. So, mm, a lot of women do not like discipline, and it shows. I'm in agreement with that. I really, really do agree with that. Let's see. B Bella says, "Are you mixed? You're so pretty." Thank you, girl. No, I'm black, 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 black on black. Could be mixed with something like further down my lineage, but I identify as black. Thank you, though. Um, It's not just fatherless homes, but all of the men in their life. Example, uncles and grandparents. So are you saying that uncles and grandparents aren't present? Is that what you mean? Or they're not role models to the children? Emmanuel, thank you again. So Emmanuel says, I think it plays a part in everything, salary, relationship, etc. We have a culture of women who don't understand that 90K a year is a great salary. SM. What do you mean? Oh, social media. Social media. Social media should be taken with a grain of salt, unrealistic. Yeah. Yeah. And this is tricky because then it's like, okay, I agree that 90K a year is a great salary. Of course, it depends on your family size and if the woman works and things like that. But I guess women on the flip side could say, is it a problem for her to have those standards that she wants to have someone who makes more money than that? Is it a problem for her to have that standard just because a lot of men might not meet that standard? I don't know, but I do agree. In general, social media, as I've said several times, is brainwashing us. We see these lifestyles which probably aren't real, honestly. You never know how people are truly living, and so it makes us think that we have to have all this high end stuff to be happy. This reminds me as well. So when I did my collab with Fox Soul, there was a dating coach on there, and he gave a statistic that after, I don't want to misquote the number, but I think it was like after 75 to 80K, let's say, the relationship satisfaction doesn't increase after that. It kind of plateaus. So a lot of women have this notion that money will make them happy. The relationship will be better because a person has money, and that's not necessarily the case based on statistics. So yeah, money is definitely not everything. Ivan says their expectations are not unrealistic, but it's the fact that they have babies with men who don't provide value to them and excuse me, and let the men who are valuable raise that child. That's sick in itself. How do you guys feel about that? This came up a lot. We're actually going to touch on this a little bit more later, but yeah, I think that the frustration from men is that women have all these high expectations, which I think it's okay to learn from your experiences and choose better, but I also understand if you chose bottom barrel men before and now you're like, yeah, I'm not picking anybody who is less than a 9 on the scale of value based on society's terms, right? So it's like, so you're just gonna SHIT, I'm trying to stop cursing, y'all. You're just gonna SHIT on every man who might be valuable to you. Like that doesn't make sense. So I do agree. I do understand the standpoint. Mm. So Baseball King, I don't know why. Hold on. The comments, they're freezing. Hang on. Let me try to put yours on the screen. You guys, there we go. I'm like, the freaking screen done stuck. There it goes. Oh, wait, go back. We're malfunctioning. It's okay though. So Baseball King says that he was talking. So he, going back to what he was saying before about working with students and students having an issue with being disciplined from a man because they were used to being raised by women. Okay, this is what we're talking about. So he's talking men, women, former high school students, young Black women talk crazy to adults who are older than them. They think it's disrespectful when you tell them to lower that bass in their tone. Yeah, I think that there could be an issue with authority as well. For sure. Christina says that she doesn't 100% agree. There are people that come from single parent households who are in a successful marriage, and some that come from two parent households that are divorced. I do agree with that, right? But I think that if we were to look at the general trends of society, I feel like this is an actual statistic, but I'm not going to say it because I don't want to misquote anything. But you might see a trend that people who come from single parent households, they might have a higher likelihood of becoming a single parent. And so I do think that if we look at the overall trends of society, that you might see that happen a little bit more. But yeah, there are also some people who learn from their experiences and they want to do better. Kind of like when men grow up with no father, right? And some men are like, my father wasn't crap. I'm going to be the best father I can be. And then you have some men who perpetuate the same cycle. And so I think, unfortunately, we might see the latter a little bit more often. Tara, are you leaving? If so, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate you. Okay. You guys are hilarious. How are you expecting to be at a minimum, us to be at a minimum of 100K or 200K, and you, Soldier Boy Teller, you don't have no damn job yourself. What the F is wrong with this world? LOL. You know what? I think that this is one of these double standard things, right? So I think that we just got to accept that double standards are always going to benefit one party more than the other. So for women, it might make sense for them to be able to land a man who makes a lot of money and she doesn't have to work. If she's a beautiful model and she can cook and do all these other things that are valuable to the man, whatever his standards are, she doesn't have to work. It's kind of like how you guys, like, we are responsible for holding ourselves to a higher standard and not sleeping around with everybody, and you guys can do that. So it's like, we benefit from different things. So I don't know. just double standards, gotta kind of accept them for sure. Okay, so we are going to skip past that point, but going back to the whole devil's advocate thing. Okay, so right now we're talking about women who really might be a little bit too rigid with their standards, or might be really quick to exit situations because they just feel like they can do better. They don't want to have any sort of drama in their life, so on and so forth. So I think that another thing that's happening is that some women might find a little bit too much comfort in solitude. And I've been there. I can speak on this firsthand. When you have gone through a lot of Pookies and Ray Rays, a lot of traumatic situations, you feel like you've had your time wasted, and you go through this period of really focusing on yourself, it's really, really, really hard to try to break that piece to allow another person in. And so a lot of women are just like, F this, like I'm drama free. I'm happy, I'm thriving, I'm making my money. I don't need a man to come in and interrupt what I have going on. And that definitely does happen. Now, I also do think that when women are in this phase of protecting their peace, but protecting their peace a little bit too much, we tend to have this magnifying glass, right? And we are looking for the red flags, right? We're determined to find the red flags. We are going to find a red flag and we'll walk away from you before you have the opportunity to hurt us or walk away from us. And I think a lot of women nowadays are doing that as well. But the problem is that there might be some things that are like white flags, yellow flags, not necessarily a red flag, but we make a big deal out of it, or we might exaggerate things because we have that fear. It's like you're operating out of survival versus operating out of love. The moment that something doesn't seem right, it's like a fear response and you immediately shut off. La Maricha, I have done that as well. I have. I'm guilty. Like I said, I've been there, and a lot of women are there. Absolutely. Linus, yes, the magnifying glass. We be looking, child. We be looking. And it can be something so small. I remember what is something that I did that was really, really kind of petty, and it probably shouldn't have been a reason I cut somebody off. Okay, now in all fairness, this person did lie to me, right? They told a lie about something. I think I asked them a question like, have you cheated before, right? And their answer was no. But the reason why I kept digging and asking questions about stuff is because things were going a little bit too good in the situation. I'm like, wait a second. we've been going really, really well. What's happening? And so I just started digging for information. And eventually, when you dig, you're going to find. And something came out. He ended up lying about the fact that he cheated in his past. And he was like, I was scared to tell you I did this. I didn't want you to look at me differently. And I just went from 0 to 100. And I was just like, I can't trust you. You're going to lie about everything in the relationship. We can't do this anymore. I got to cut you off. And so I think that's just an example of how we go digging for things as women. You're going to find it, but that could have been a person, whatever the example is, doesn't have to be a situation about lying where they could have been a good partner for you. So I acknowledge that does happen. There was one, where was it? So Chavis says a lot of trauma has been passed down from different generations, added to the unreal standards cultivated by social media, and we have a recipe for a ridiculous basura on a grandiose scale. Yes, like trash, a lot of trash. I agree. I do. And so I think that the biggest thing, and this was kind of one of my points, we really have to focus on shadow work, right? Shadow work has to happen. You have to really think about everything that you've been through, assess those parts of yourself that you might need to improve on that might not be fun to work through, but you still do it. And I think the problem is that a lot of people aren't doing shadow work, right? Both men and women. And like I said before, we're operating in this space of survival, right? We're always trying to have our one foot out the door in case the other person tries to play us, instead of really putting our best foot forward and trying to make relationships work. So I am with you, Chavis. I do agree. Alex, hold on. Wait a second. We got to talk about this before we go on to the next topic. Hold on. Alex says, listen, I feel that there's no such thing as a red flag. There's people that have been married for 50 to 60 years and they damn sure had some problems. Alex, I don't agree with this. I think that there are such things as red flags. Now, I do think that, like I said before, we over exaggerate. We go digging for things when things are going too good, or, we're iffy about a person and our insecurities come out. And so we might label some things red flags when they aren't, but there's for sure some red flags. I can name some. Y'all tell me what you think red flags are. One of my major red flags is a person who always talks down on their exes, and they can never acknowledge anything that they did wrong in their past relationships. That shows to me that you lack accountability, but you also really might have an issue with seeing what you do wrong in situations, and that always turns out bad in the end. So that is a red flag. I think that a person who, what could be another red flag for a man? If that man has kids, I'm not a big fan of the men with the childrens, but if you're dating a man who has kids, but he doesn't really ever spend time with the kids, or he talks down on the mother of his children, another red flag, because you're supposed to be respecting the woman who you impregnated. So there are a lot of red flags. Chavis, lying is a big red flag for me. And I tell everybody from jump, do not lie to me. I let everybody know that if you lie to me, this is friendships, romantic relationships, and this is a me thing, I'm aware of that. I don't trust people like that. And so when I find out that you lie, I start doing mental gymnastics, and I'm just going to think you lie about everything. So lying is another red flag. Ish. I would say ish, depending on what the lie is. There might be some lies that are, let me think before I say this. Are there lies that might be considered maybe like a white flag or a yellow flag because they're not major lies? What do y'all think? I'm gonna throw an example out there, right? What's one that the men can relate to? A woman. She tells you that her body count is 5, but in reality, she's been with 8 people, right? So she did lie. That's a lie. She was off by a few bodies, right? Is that considered a red flag if you find out? Would you stop talking to that woman? Jada says no, just no. Hex no. Oh my gosh. Okay. La Maricha says, I disagree because if they lie about something small that easily, they could also lie about something bigger. That has also been my frame of thought as well. I think, yeah. Or no, I'm not gonna say that. I was gonna say maybe some people, maybe they do have a little bit of a moral compass where it's like, okay, certain things I could lie about. Like, okay, if I'm late to a date, I might lie and be like, yeah, I was stuck in traffic, but really, I was taking a long time to get ready. Does that mean that I'm necessarily going to lie about something major? Maybe not, but I definitely understand that the concern is there. Absolutely. Alex said she made 100K, right? And then we had a discussion and she said, no, I never said 100K. Let me tell y'all something. So I was talking to a guy, right? And he told me that he is in real estate. Okay. He's like, yeah, I'm in real estate. And I think that we had a conversation later on, and he was looking into buying like his first property, like looking into doing it, not doing it. And in my head, I'm like, did this dude lie and say that he was doing something that he really didn't do just to sound impressive? You know what I'm saying? And so things like that, when I feel like a person is faking their image, like in your situation with the woman saying she made 100K, why you lie about that, sis? Like those are things that we're absolutely gonna find out. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a lie that's gonna come out. So I'm not sure how I feel about that. Oh Lord, body count. As for body count, K God, yes, you never truly know the answer anyway. No, you don't. You really don't. Unless it's a situation where I don't even freaking know. Y'all lived in a very small city and people start coming out the woodwork and you start boop, 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 adding it up. And it's like, wait, you said it was like 5, but right now I got about 10. Then you might know. But honestly, no, you wouldn't. You wouldn't know if a woman is lying about her body count. Alex said, how about if her body count is 90? If her body count is 90 and that woman told you that her body count was 5, that is a drastic discrepancy. And that kind of goes back into what we were saying before. That's a major lie. So if a woman had a body count of 8, but she told you 5, and a woman told you she had a body count of 5 and she had 90, is it weighted equally because they both lied, or are you weighting the person who technically had a bigger lie because their number had so much discrepancy? And I think that circles back to the question, are we weighing it based on the fact that a person lies, or are we weighing the severity of the lie? I don't know. I think I'm torn in between the two for those. Oh, that's a good question, Baseball King. I'm gonna get to that. Let me start and I'll come back. There was one. So Money 1322 says, am I wrong for thinking all girls got a high body count, bottle count? In Atlanta, they might have a high bottle count. You know how these clubs and these lounges be, okay? But is he wrong for thinking that all women have a high body count, which is why I don't ask? So I did a podcast over the weekend, and this came up in conversation. And one of the things that someone said is that they assume that a woman who's over 30, if she went to college, right, was living her best life in college, that she is expected that she would have at least 30 bodies. What do y'all think about that? I mean, if we're factoring in college, the age of the woman, the nature of today's society where relationships really aren't lasting, people are in and out of situationships. Are you guys expecting that all women have a high body count? And what is a high body count? I think that's a valid question too. Do you guys assume that all women have high body counts? And it makes sense for you to say that that's why you don't ask. But if men are assuming that, why do men ask in the first place? Is it just to test to see if the woman is being honest? Or are they really expecting to just get an answer that is different than what they might want to hear? No, I don't assume. Ish. Alex says, you're not wrong. You're being realistic. Like, you're the only one who has eyes. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Oscar Nod Wannabe says, studies are showing that younger generations are having less sex than previous generations. I don't know. I mean, if studies say that, I want to know the details of the study, who their sample was, how they came up with that. But I would think that younger people, because everything is sped up through social media, right? You could DM somebody, get their number, meet them in a short period of time. I don't think a lot of people court nowadays, honestly. And so I would think that because that whole thing is happening, and if rushing things ruin things, it goes quickly and it ends quickly. If that cycle keeps continuing, I would think that they would have more sex. But I don't know. You guys tell me what you think. Yeah. So Christina says that she's in her 30s. She doesn't have a 30 body count, but then again, she didn't go to college and she grew up in a strict religious household. Yeah. So you didn't go to college, which is a crazy time. And also, you had values that were instilled rooted in religion, but a lot of people are growing up not having values, and those are the people who might have a higher body count. So I don't know. Do y'all think the 30 piece is the 30 piece realistic for a woman who's in her 30s? What do y'all think? Baseball King says, take whatever they tell you and carry it to the second power. What? Assume from there, and if you can stomach it, you're good. I've seen the holiest of holy fraternity versions. So if a woman tells you that she has 3 bodies, 4 bodies, you're really assuming that she's like between 9 to 16? Okay. I mean, maybe. Jada says that a high body count is off one hand. So obviously, if a woman has more than 5 bodies, that's a high body count. What's high for a guy? I'm curious to know. Jada, what would be considered a high body count for a guy? Is it the same rule? Does a high body count exist for a guy? What do you think? 30 plus is realistic because they don't always count certain situations. Body count only distorts my opinion of you, which is why it's not a concern for me. Certain things belong in the past. This was also the perspective of the men in the podcast. And so, you know what? I want to talk to you guys about this. So, to give you guys a little bit of background about the guys who I did the podcast with, shout out to Rich and Nate and the Fat Nasty podcast. If you didn't see the link that I shared in my community tab, check them out. If you like real raw conversation from a male point of view, you will love them. They're really, really dope. I mentioned that they're girl dads because they are obsessive over their daughters, and they're just really, really, they're intelligent men, like very, very well-rounded, right? But they're a little, we're from the same city, so they're gonna be raw, right? So their perspective was like, they don't care to hear about a woman's body count. Again, they said they assume that a woman who's at least 30, she has over 30 bodies. And one of them was like, they wouldn't really care. There's like, if a woman came up to them and said that she had 50 bodies, he would still wife her. Like, it didn't matter to him. It doesn't matter. The past is the past. Do you think that men who grow up in situations like that environment, so maybe grew up in the hood, I don't know what their parental dynamics are like, but grew up in the hood, maybe didn't have a lot of values instilled in the household, do you think that would be different from men who grew up in a different setting? So it could be a religious setting. Maybe they were just raised to be marriage minded. Do you feel like that's the disconnect? Because my understanding was that most men do care about body count, but the men who I do hear saying that they don't care about body count, they tend to be men who come from those backgrounds. So do you think there's a correlation between that from what you guys have seen? Or do you think this changes by age? Because I feel like a lot of older men, I'm going to say older, like maybe in their 40s or above, they're like, oh, my mom, my girl, my wife, she can't have over 2 bodies, right? They're very strict. Like, kind of like Jada was saying, it needs to be on one hand, not even the whole hand. Where I think other men who are younger and grew up in urban settings, they're a little bit more understanding, or they don't care. A woman's past is important to men, and a man's future is important to women. Woo! That's a word. That is a word. Okay, I agree with that. I actually do agree with that. I think that's very, very valid for sure. Pair bonding, we're actually going to talk about that in my next video. Whenever I sit down to actually record one, and I haven't done like a recorded video in a while, but we're going to talk about that for sure. It's not a concern. Who posted this? I told you the link to the podcast is in my community tab. It's the Fat and Nasty Podcast. It was a really, really, really fun conversation, so I think you guys would enjoy it, but it is found on there. So they were talking about it, and they didn't quite care about body count, and they felt like a man who does care about body count is one that's insecure. Again, might be concerned about what other people think about the woman, or feel like he can't compete with the men that she's been with before. But they said that they don't care. They said that they don't care. A lot of women say that body count doesn't matter or doesn't count, especially if they didn't like the dude. Yes, that does happen. Let me see here. That's childish to think that your attractive woman didn't do something out of the ordinary with another man at some point prior. What do you guys think about that? Do you guys assume that most attractive women have a higher body count? Or is it the reverse? Because I've heard some people say that they feel attractive women are more selective, but women who might not be as attractive, they might have a higher body count because this sounds horrible to say, but this is what some people think. They led with their sexuality in order to attract men because their looks might not have been there, or they were insecure in other areas. What do y'all think? Okay, hold on, Keenan. We got to get to your comment because I feel like that could be a debate. And this was a part of the debate that we had too, though. Darius, why would a man compete with a woman's exes? Answer this for me, because I have the same question, but a lot of men actually say that they don't want. I don't know. I mean, men are just competitive in nature, right? So if we break this down, a man who's having sex with a woman who has been with a lot of men, maybe during sex, that might be in the back of his mind, like he has to outperform those men. So maybe that's what he's thinking about. That could be a thing. But I think that for me at least, I think the biggest thing is that a lot of men are worried about reputation. Stefan Speaks was talking about this in a video I recently watched, and he was saying that men, they would be more accepting of a woman who might have had a promiscuous past if her past was a secret, right? So she had a past, but nobody knows about it. Maybe she moved to a different state, whatever the case may be. They are more willing to accept that than dealing with a woman who you walk out in public with her and you hear people, whispering, or people are talking about her past. So I think that a lot of men just can't take the idea of being looked at like a fool because the woman that they are with is seen as less than, or like maybe like she degraded herself in a sense because she had more body. So I have heard both of those arguments. Okay, so Keenan says, I just left a woman because she's been with at least 5 dudes I knew, even though it was 15 years ago. And La Maricha says that seems petty. What do y'all think about that? Is it petty for Keenan to leave a woman because she's been with at least 5 guys that he knows, even though it was 15 years ago? I think I have mixed feelings on this. Maybe she was touring. She had to. It's like the what was the name of that story? With it's a Little Red Riding Hood with the three little bears, and she was trying out everything. Like she had to make sure she found the right fit. So maybe that's what it was. Uh huh. Women think they are cute getting conquered by many men, like 50 Cent said. Like what? You look silly. That kind of raises a random thought. I think that's why a lot of people disagree with the term women being liberated. A lot of people feel like being liberated is just another way of saying that you're in your whole phase, like you're just sleeping around with a lot of people. So I've heard that sentiment as well. Someone mentioned earlier in the chat too that protecting your peace is the same thing as a whole phase. I personally don't agree with that. I think protecting your peace is about, being by yourself, but I can see like the whole liberated thing. It might have some elements of, you just be you be out here. You be out here. That's it. That's a general rule. No women who's been with the bros. Yeah, so I don't know. At first I thought you were saying that you left her because she's been with more than 5 men in 15 years. When I first saw that, I was like, okay, like that might be, everybody has their standards. That might be a little excessive. But then when you said 5 people that it's like, okay, what's the situation? Because like, are all these people running in the same circle? Are you guys from a smaller town or is this a big city? And she's messing with people that I'm weird about dealing with men who mess with women that I know. So I totally understand your standpoint with that. Absolutely. We're gonna act like people can't find love in the same circles. Gosh, no, it's not petty. And is it petty that women don't give men a chance who don't meet their financial and height requirements? I'm gonna let you guys answer this before I jump into this. Is it petty that women don't give men a chance who don't meet their financial and height requirements? I personally, how do I want to answer this? Overall, I don't think it's petty per se, but I do think that if I had to choose which one is more petty, it's more petty for a woman to not date a man because of his height versus him not meeting her financial requirements. Because if we're thinking long term, again, you want a man who can provide the lifestyle that you want. And so if you're not meeting that bracket of the lifestyle that she's used to, I get that because that'll impact the nature of the relationship, right? Height, not so much. I'm big on height. I've talked about this before though. So it does matter to me. That's all I'm gonna say. It does matter to me. OU Graham says men body shame women. So, right. Is it petty for you to not want to date a woman who might be flat as a board, front and back? Boop! Like a capital letter I, no curves, but she's a great woman. Is it petty for you to not date that woman because she looks like that? Because that has no type of weight on how the longevity of the relationship will be. But it's the same as women judging men on things like their height, off physical characteristics. Shea butter, baby. Sorry, I don't know what's wrong with these comments. Shea butter said, "Women be dwarf size wanting a 6'6" man. Where are you going, doll face? Leave them for me. That's what I don't understand. My mom is 5'2". My dad is 6'3", right? And so I just be thinking, like, seeing them together when I was younger, I'm like, yo, it's a big height difference, but why she couldn't save him for someone who was about my height? I'm 5'8", right? So I think wanting someone taller is fine, but I agree. I don't know. I think it's just like, it might have something to do with the fact that taller men are highly sought after, and women tend to like men who are highly sought after, whether it's for status, money, looks, in this case, height. So maybe that's why. But honestly, if you are 5'5", 5'2", you could date somebody who's like 5'8", 5'10", And they're still going to be taller than you when you wear heels. So why does it even matter? I agree. I do agree. That's fine with me. I just don't date women bigger than me. Why? When you say bigger, what do you mean? Like if she's a thicker girl, but she's toned, but she's thick. If you're like a slender guy, does that count as her being bigger than you? Oh gosh, I just knew. I was just waiting for someone to make this comment. She could get a BBL. No, we are not encouraging that over here. She could just love herself. Love herself. Go to the gym. Money 1322 says body shaming is different than height. You can change weight, but you can't change DNA. I'm gonna say my perspective, and I don't know if it's what you were saying or if it's the opposite of what you were saying. Because a woman's weight can change and a man's height cannot change unless he gets some knee stretching surgery, right? At a couple inches, you can't change your height. So I would understand a woman who's fixated on height not wanting to date you because that's very fixed. It's not going to change. But you might have an issue with a woman's weight, but she can go to the gym and become snatched. And now she's attracted to you. That can fluctuate, but your height staying the same. So that's what I think. I think that's why height ranks a little bit different, but I think you might have been talking in the reverse. So let me know what you think. You can use a chair to reach the cabinet. No, she's built like a sumo. Oh my gosh. I'm 5'2". One of us has to be able to reach the top cabinet. I'm literally that person for my mom. I told y'all she's 5'2", so I'm the cabinet reacher. That is important, but she can use a little step stool. Yes. Okay, guys. We're gonna kind of go back to what we were talking about. We went off topic, but I love going off topic with you guys. But I do want to talk about this part of the conversation because I think it's important. So going back to this dynamic of women being selfish, right? A lot of men see this as an area of concern because they're saying that women aren't making decisions to, leave a relationship, leave a marriage while having their children in mind. Okay. So there is a screenshot that I want to play for you guys. I hope it works because it's doing something weird right now. Okay. Yes. So we had a message from YouTube Hates Truth Tellers. Okay. YouTube Hates Truth Tellers says that he had a conversation with a woman who told him that her relationship is on the rocks. She's thinking about divorcing her husband because he refuses to grow. She has 3 children by him. One of them is age 2, and then she has twins that are 1 year old. Now, after the divorce, the husband will become a statistic of men who are absent by choice. She had 3 children by him, married him in the first place, and won't even stick around until the children can talk. Now, you tell me, a woman making those types of love decisions, does she have a plan for those children? Hell no. She doesn't even have a plan for herself. What do you guys think about that? What do you think about that? So if a woman decides that she's not happy in her relationship anymore, and we hear this all the time, right? People split for irreconcilable differences. They're not compatible anymore. They woke up and they weren't in love anymore. Do you think that that's a cop out for a woman who is in a marriage or a relationship and she has kids? Is it selfish of her to not try to work on those things for the sake of her children? What do y'all think? Come on. We're going there. Come on. What y'all think? What y'all think? Okay. Unhappy parents can't give the kids a high quality life. Let's pin that. So that's one perspective, right? If the parents aren't happy, they can't give the kids a high quality life. But do you think in situations like that, right? So in the example that I just showed, the woman said he's not growing. is that something that they could work past? Do you think that there are certain reasons for divorce where people just didn't try that hard to make the relationship work? They gave up too soon. Because I think that this type of thing, right, is a lot different than it being something that's a lot more detrimental. And I think that's the viewpoint of a lot of men, where they're like, women, you guys are hard to please. You have all these things I have to do to keep you happy. You up and leave. You don't think about the kids, and now the kids are unhappy. Do you agree with that? Tell me what y'all think. Alluring Goddess says, what is she doing to better herself and the family? That's a good question, Alluring Goddess. I don't know. Is that one of those things where we see things one-sided? Again, we are seeing things from our perspective that this person isn't growing, but are we accounting for the fact that we might not be growing as well? I don't know. He didn't go into detail in that example, so I don't know if she was doing anything to better her family. And I think another valid question is, what does it mean to grow? What is he not doing to grow? Is it career things? Like she's looking for him to make more money? Is he just not open to trying new experiences? That's something that is very vague, but we hear that a lot. So people are saying that it's selfish. She's wrong for that. Everything can't be on the husband. I agree. It needs to be equal. Christina Sky. As long as the husband isn't abusive, she should try to stick it out, at least until the kids are out of the house. What do you guys think about that? Because we hear the statistics, right? So we hear the statistics that at least 50% of marriages, they're going to end in divorce. 80% of marriages, they're initiated by women. Is this all a part of the problem? Like, should women just kind of bite the bullet and be like, you know what, I'm going to stay with my husband, even though I am unhappy right now. I'm going to wait until my kids get out of the house and then we'll split. Do you guys think that's the right way to go about things? So Money 1322, you say, as long as the parents are still equally involved in the children's life, it can work. Are you saying that they can work together even though they're not happy? Or are you saying like co-parenting? If they split, they can still work and raise a child as long as both people are equally involved? Let us know. So I think Nicole was touching on that. So if that's the case, just separate and co-parent. A lot of parents work better separated. Okay. So if this is the case, then do you think that it's wrong for women to get such a bad rap? This 80% women initiating divorce, this is something that's been kind of recycled a lot on the internet, and this is why we're having this conversation now, right? So we're seen as women who are selfish. We don't care about the longevity, the well-being of our families. I don't know if it's glitching for you guys. I just know this Wi-Fi better not be acting up today, but we're going to push through it. So again, women are selfish. They're not thinking about the well-being of their family unit. Is this valid for us to be saying that if the people could just separate and co-parent? Baseball King says unhappy parents need to put work in and figure it out. Honor something greater than yourself. When you think about being unhappy, think about if your partner is dealing with the same before you move. Yes. Very, very valid. Honor something greater than yourself. But I think, like I said, we're in a society where it's very selfish, right? We're very egocentric. People aren't thinking about honoring something greater than themselves. And maybe that's why marriages honestly aren't working. It's a lot of work. I ain't never been married, but I hear all married people say that it's a lot of work. And if you're just focused on you, then it's never going to work out. So yes, you do have to honor something greater than yourself. Alex, I do want to touch on this because this is a question that I have too. Alex S says, I would really like to know why people break up so much after having kids. It's getting sad. So one thing that I have noticed personally is that a lot of couples are breaking up while the woman is still pregnant. Have you guys noticed that? I asked this on Facebook one time, like, what, how does this happen? Like, you're still within that 10-month period of pregnancy, and you guys are splitting before the baby's even born. The response that I got, some people said that, once pregnancy happens, a baby's in the picture, people change. I'm sure that can happen, but I'm not sure if I buy that. I do think that there were probably red flags there that people ignored. And then now you have this major life event that's happening. You guys are about to bring a life into the world together and things go haywire. But very valid question. Why are people breaking up so much after having kids? Garrett says, I think it's because of premarital sex. People are used to not wanting kids. So are you saying that there's a lot of babies out there? And so they're like, oh, we were just trying to have fun. We were smashing. We weren't using protection because it felt good. And now I got to be tied to you for the rest of my life. And I didn't want that. So that's why it goes left. Because people are having sex casually or before marriage. They weren't expecting to have such a long-term commitment with someone. Like they say in my younger days, people was hot in the pants. Fast tails. Yes. A lot of babies. It has to be hormones. Maybe, but then that puts everything on the woman. So are you saying because of her hormones, she behaved in such a way that made her so intolerable to be around that the man couldn't be a part of it? Men know that women have hormones, and I'm sure that some are horrible, but I think that's to be expected with pregnancy. So I'm not sure. I don't know, because some women really can be mean during pregnancy. I have to think about that. But is that something, if you truly love the person, is that something that will make you split from them? So maybe that kind of goes back to what we said before, where, premarital sex is happening. Maybe the love, that genuine, deep love really isn't there. And so when complications come up because of hormones, because of preparing for a baby, people are quick to hit the door. Don't let the door hit you with a good Lord split you. They can't take that heat. They got out the kitchen. Couples don't do premarital counseling enough before marriage, and kids been born after. Yeah, I think that whenever you're having a major life change, you should do counseling. I don't know if pre-parenting counseling is a thing, but if it is, I think that would be important, because I think all people should do premarital counseling. So if you would do premarital counseling, then I think you should do that for your kids if you're about to give birth. Absolutely. Yeah, and that argument can have him do foolishness also. Don't do my girl. First of all, Issa Rae is a whole married woman out here. Okay. I love Insecure. Insecure Issa, she used to be tripping, but Issa popped out with her husband on her wedding day. We didn't even know that sis was dating anybody. So Issa Rae is a lockdown. She is not a good example. But I do agree that there are women who have a rotation, which raises another question. Is there anything wrong with having a rotation? Who knows? All due respect to women, hormones can bring aggression. Absolutely. Absolutely. Kendrick said, I'm not a woman, and this is just an observation, but I noticed that most American women make hormones more of an issue than women born in other countries. Devil's advocate. Could it be that men in other countries are more understanding of women's hormones and therefore it's not that big of a deal? I don't know. Definitely a cultural difference, but are the men more supportive than the men here? You guys, I'm thirsty. I need water. I'm parched. And it's time for me to refill my drink. Are you guys drinking with me? I never know if you guys drink during these things, but I'll be drinking. I'll be drinking. I'll be drinking, but now I need to hydrate, so bear with me. Insecure show the truth. I dated a Molly before. There's a lot of women who are Mollies out here. She was very hyper focused on her career, and that's a big thing. They are not. African men are ruthless. There's a lot of other cultures out there, but yeah, okay. That's hey, that's your observation. Christina said women in other countries women in other countries aren't expected to work full-time jobs well into their third trimester. Another valid point. So it's a big cultural difference. Maybe their hormones, the stress and things like that won't have that much of an impact because they don't have to get up and go to work while they're carrying a baby on their bladder and experiencing bodily changes, and so many things happen at one time. Put that love in your body. Yes, I love water, child. Hydrate. Yes. I think bringing back marry before you carry will solve most of the issues, but it's almost impossible in this hypersexualized society in the US. Y'all, I don't know. Do y'all think that we'll ever get back to a point where people are getting married the way they used to? Because it's down in all cultures, but we already know Black people are struggle busing. I don't know. I really don't know. I think that as long as women are able to be self-sufficient on their own without needing the provision of a man, my brain went blank. Sorry. I don't know if the marriage rates will increase the way that they used to. But I agree, Lauren Goddess. I hope so. I mean, I think if we're trying to bring children into the world, relationships can be a good thing. Yes, yes, yes. But going back to the topic of staying in relationships, especially when you have kids, I think I have mixed feelings on this. I see so many different angles to this. So I do agree that it is heartbreaking when we see couples who have been together for a very, very long time suddenly split. I think that the most heartbreaking one that I've recently seen was Tia Mowry and Corey Hardrick. Y'all know Tia from Sister Sister. She played in the game. Her and her husband were together for like 17 years and then they split. And you guys might have heard the story that, she met him at a bus stop. She, was there as he leveled up and, they kind of built together, so on and so forth, that kind of thing. And then they just split because of irreconcilable differences. And so that is sad because I feel like a lot of people look at couples like that as Black love goals. And you're rooting for these people, and then all of a sudden they split and it sucks. But then you also think about the fact that they have kids, right? And so I do understand the concern that women are splitting because I love Tia, right? Tia is my girl. She seems to have a lot of positive energy, just a very happy person, right? But if you look at her Instagram, at least what I'm getting from the situation, it looks like she is in this space where she has left her marriage and now she feels like she's found peace. It seems like she feels like she had to sacrifice a lot of herself in her marriage, so on and so forth. And I think that's the viewpoint that a lot of people have of marriage, There was this clip of Tia during Halloween. I don't know if you guys saw it. I'll play it for you guys. It's super quick. I don't know if I'm weird and I'm just an emotional person, but this clip made me sad. Okay, I'm gonna play it for y'all and then we'll talk about like why it made me sad. Let's talk about it. What were the things that they were saying in that clip? Family, 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 family. And the dad's not there. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was the first thing that I instantly saw. I'm like, hold on, because a lot of her content used to be them as a family unit, and that was, again, those love goals. And then now she's moving into this direction where this is her new family. They're doing family things together. And it's no freaking dad. And it's like, I understand that you guys aren't together anymore, but it kind of made me feel away because I felt like it was promoting this dynamic where fathers aren't present. And I don't necessarily agree with that, which is why I said I have mixed feelings on it. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, if you guys are saying that, she says, according to an interview that I read, they still talk every day. They say they love each other every day. So if that's the case, why you do that? Like, I don't know. Maybe am I tripping? Like, maybe I'm just tripping a little bit, but it made me feel away because I'm like, again, you're promoting this family unit that doesn't have that male piece there. And how often do we see that, right? The minimization of the importance of Black fathers, especially on like Mother's Day when Father's Day rolls around. It's like, my mom was my dad. Like, that gets under my skin so bad. So I don't know. I just think the messaging that we're seeing is all effed up, honestly. She looks like a witch. Yikes. That was a clue to something greater, not just a costume for Halloween. They were supposed to be the Addams family. So I don't know if it was necessarily that, but that's why the family song was playing, because the Addams family. So that's what I think she was going for. Marriage can be hard as it is, but imagine being in the spotlight too. Yeah. I mean, I imagine that adds a lot of pressure. Yeah. You know what I will say though? I think that when you become a couple that is highly regarded, I think that there might be some pressure to stay together because it looks good for the optics and it looks good on the outside looking in, but you're not staying together for the right reason. So you're not staying together because you choose each other every day, but it's like, we are now a business. Like, honestly, this is why I think Beyonce and Jay-Z will never break up. Beyonce, she said she was about ready to leave on Lemonade because he kept cheating. Becky with the good hair, stuff like that. But at the end of the day, if those two broke up, how detrimental would that be to both of their careers? They have this joint image together, like they're a power couple. So I don't know. I think that that's a reason. I'm sorry, I was reading Monisha's comment. Let's bring you up on the screen, sis. I don't think it's promoting the dynamic. It's the reality. Her leaving is for her children. Otherwise, her daughter will think it's okay. She has to move forward, that this is her daily family now. How do I feel about this comment? She's not promoting the family. It's her reality. Her leaving is for the children. Why do you feel like her leaving is for the children? Let's start there. Let's break this down. So Tia, they left. He who finds him. Do we even know why they broke up? No, there were rumors that went around. Like, I think at one point people were trying to say that he cheated. And then I remember they started showing a clip of an interview with them two together, and they tried to say, oh my God, he's so rude to her. He probably was abusive. He probably was controlling, because I think she tried, like, I don't know. Like, Corey has always been like a more laid back personality, but they tried to spin that whole thing and make up reasons for why they broke up. So to answer your question, we don't know why. So if we don't know why, how can we say that her leaving is for the children? Monisha says, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but we want to know what you mean by that. Otherwise, her daughter will think it's okay. So tell us what you think. She has to move forward that this is her daily family for now. I don't know. See, I think what I'm getting at is, like, even if we decide to co-parent, right? I think I have an issue with either parent being like, this is our family. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, your family. You guys are still family, even though you guys are not together per se. So you might not be the nuclear family, but you guys are still family. Like, ideally, if you separated on platonic terms, like, unless you two are dating new people, like, why can't you guys come together for holidays? Or again, if you're promoting family, like, that's still your family. You guys just split. It's in different households. I don't know. Again, I told you I get emotional by things like this, but I don't know. I just felt like it didn't sit right. It didn't sit right with me. Monisha, do you mean to say that if she left? Oh, okay. So she's not happy, then that's sending the wrong message to her kids. Okay. Okay. So she's leaving the person she made the children with for the children. Now hold on. Let's this is a perfect segue into why I say I have mixed feelings. Devil's advocate, like I've been the whole night, staying together is not always best for the kids. Okay. Staying together is not always the best for the kids. And literally, this was my experience. I'm going to apologize in advance because this is triggering for me. So if you see me like get teary eyed or I start to choke up a little bit, it's because this is why I'm saying like things are not always good for the kids, right? My parents were the embodiment of two people that were not meant to be together, okay? They were extremely toxic in so many different ways. And I know that people are like, oh my God, women overuse the term toxic and that's why they want to leave. No, okay? I could write a whole book about my parents. My parents were very, very toxic. So much so that my nickname, okay, this is something that my parents called me when I was under the age of like 8. I was the buffer, okay? If you Google the word buffer, a buffer is a person who maintains peace between two people who are enemies or in a very toxic situation. So, most of my childhood was literally me trying to keep my parents on solid terms just so that I didn't have to hear them arguing all the time, right? And so, some kids, they really, really do want their parents to stay together, and so if they divorce, it's detrimental for them. I was the complete opposite. I could not wait for the day that my parents split up. Okay, I'm gonna give y'all a little bit of story time, right? So I'm not even gonna give y'all the details of this argument because y'all gonna be like, yo, they was crazy as hell. But my parents got into an argument, right? And it was bad. Okay, it was a bad argument. And I was like, I used to go over to my grandma's house for the weekend. We go to church and stuff. And I was like, oh, this argument is bad. This is it. Like, I think this is going to be the one that causes my parents to break up. Like, I was super happy. I just knew when I came home, they were going to be apart and then life would be peaceful, right? So I go over to my grandma's house. I come back home. My parents are like buddy buddy with each other. Oh, lovey dovey, cuddled up. Literally, when they were at each other's necks before I left. And I have never been a child who was like disrespectful to my parents. I didn't get into a lot of trouble as a child. I literally freaked out in that moment. I started yelling, I started throwing stuff because I was so mad that my parents did not understand that their relationship was detrimental to me, right? And so I understand that some people stay together for the kids, but sometimes I think it's a situation where parents they use their kids as an excuse to stay together because they're scared to separate from one another. And that's just what it is. Like my parents, I feel like as an adult, I can understand that they probably were codependent on one another. And so it was very hard for them to separate, but it made my childhood hell. And I will say that when they separated, my childhood was so much better. So much more peaceful when they split. And so again, I understand the notion that we should be staying together for the kids, right? But I think that if we're saying that you're going to stay together for the kids, it needs to be an active effort to work on things. You go to therapy, you have difficult discussions. You guys aren't just sweeping things under the rug for the sake of staying for the kids, because that's not going to be beneficial to anybody. You know what I mean? Sorry, that was a rant. But this is why I said I feel so strongly about this because it really, really does go both ways. And it's so complicated, but I think that's also why it's not fair for us to assume that if a woman leaves, and maybe this was the case for Tia, like I don't think their situation, maybe it wasn't as detrimental as mine was, but maybe there was something that happened in their night that caused them to feel like being together would be detrimental to their kids in that way. I'm sorry if it keeps going blank, y'all. The Wi-Fi is doing something weird, but um La Maricha said, oh my gosh. My comments are doing something weird. I think come on. I think it might be my Wi-Fi, y'all. If it doesn't pin to the screen, then I'm gonna just read off the comment. 1 second. I just know that somebody at Spectrum is crediting my bill this month. Because I just know. If you guys remember our very first live stream, if you guys remember our very first live stream, my internet went out and I had to switch the day, and now it's being ghetto. Anyway, like I was saying before, I think I was trying to pin La Maricha's comment. So she said that same thing in my childhood. I agree. It's horrible that they called you that, not a child's responsibility. Yeah. And sometimes it's not good for the kids. Like you really are forcing them to grow up faster than they should. You know, just because the relationship isn't healthy. But there was something that I wanted to pull up for you guys, because I looked up some of the reasons why women might leave their men. Because I wanted to know, like, what is it, like, what is making it where these women don't want to stay in their relationship? So we're going to talk about that a little bit. I'm going to bring it up on the screen for you guys, and then we'll go through it together. Let's see what these comments say. Okay, so let's do this. Okay, so okay, here we go. So this here, I don't know if you guys can see it. Let me bring this banner off so it might be a little bit more visible for you guys to see. But basically, this website was breaking down again the whole notion that women file 80% of divorces. Let me see if I can change this. That might be the closest it gets. You can try to zoom in though. Okay. So basically, it was saying that marriages can end for objective reasons, such as physical abuse or addictions. However, the husband and his actions or his lack of them play a significant role in causing and sustaining the dissatisfaction. Okay. So, in a nutshell, it's saying that yes, women are leaving and we might be divorcing 80% of the time. But, devil's advocate, is it fair to throw those statistics out there and kind of demonize the women without acknowledging the things that the husband is doing or is not doing that would make the woman want to leave the relationship? So, some of the things that they talked about: how can a husband do a better job of keeping his wife happy? He could tell his wife that he loves her. He can show his wife that he loves her. He can talk and listen to his wife because she has important things to say and is an equal partner in their marriage. That is very important. How often do we hear women who are in long-term marriages say that they feel like they're not heard by their partner? Their partner isn't thoughtful. Their partner doesn't do all the things that they did in the past to get her to be married to him in the first place. He could talk to his wife and share with her struggles, achievements, thoughts, and dreams. Vulnerability is huge. He can acknowledge her in a non-sexual way, right? Physical touch, touching her arm, stroking her back, tucking her hair behind her ear. We just want to feel a little bit of love, right? These are all easy things that you can do to make your wife feel appreciated. He can anticipate her needs by making her life easier, loading the dishwasher, helping her clean, making lunch for her. He can remember that his wife is the most beautiful woman in the world and make sure that she knows it. He can recharge her battery when she is tired and worn out. He can help her soar by encouraging her in her dreams and through supporting her endeavors. And he can recognize the small and the simple things. Okay. What do you guys think about that? I'm really curious to know. So, again, I know that men feel like, can you link the article? I love it. I'm going to put it in the chat for you guys now. A lot of men say that it's difficult to please a woman, to keep her happy. I don't necessarily know if I agree with that. I do think that because women are more emotional in nature, The things that make us happy might be a little bit more layered, but sometimes the things that make us happy are very, very simple things. How difficult would it be to be physically intimate with your wife, but in a non-sexual way, to tell her she's beautiful? These are all adjustments that men can make. And there's adjustments that women can make as well. This is not one-sided. But that just goes to show that, I guess my takeaway from this whole thing is that instead of us pitting things on one person, saying one person is the problem, whether it's man or woman, we really need to function as a cohesive unit. And I think that people need to understand that if you're going to be married to someone, if you want to make it work long term, you have to wake up and you have to choose your partner every day. Even if you can't stand them, you might have went to bed and they got on your nerves. You have to wake up and choose your partner every day. And I think the problem is that people aren't choosing each other every day. People are so set on me, 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 me. How are you making me happy? We're not thinking about the equal exchange. Okay. I do see some comments. So I'm going to see what you guys think about it. I know somebody said throw the list in the trash. Don't do that. We're not going to throw the list in the trash because I think it was a very, very good list. So Chavis says that there is a myriad of factors that could cause people to start divorce proceedings. Still, if the marriage can truly and safely be salvaged, do it. So, Chavis, you're a married man, so maybe you could help us single folk out. How does a person know? And maybe you could give us a perspective from a religious viewpoint as well. How do we know that a marriage can be truly and safely salvaged? How do you know that something is truly done and you've done everything that you can do? And y'all can chime in too. How does one know these things? How do we know when to salvage a relationship? Yes, Lauren Goddess says, hit the like, loves. Hit that like button. Push me through the YouTube algorithm. I appreciate you, girl. Much love to you. Also, I did want to, while you guys are brainstorming, where was it? Where are my comments? Shout out to Nicole. I don't know if you're still in the chat, but thank you. I appreciate you supporting me. Much love to you. I really appreciate these talks with you guys, but I did want to make sure I shouted you out because that one, it kind of got overlooked, but I did see it. Thank you. Yes, get the likes up, y'all. Y'all love my channel. Hold on, comment. Yes. These questions. What do you mean these questions, Alex? You got something to say? Tell us what you think. Garrett has an answer to the question. So Garrett says, if we are going biblically, you're not supposed to split until someone cheats. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chavis, maybe you could chime in. Isn't it if someone cheats and also if the husband is no longer able to provide? Are those the two reasons, or is it just when someone cheats? I think that's another one too. That was the question. Scroll up. Hold on. What I miss? Oh. So this is what we're gonna do. I see the comment and I'm gonna start it, Alex. Okay. I'll answer that once we close out the conversation. What I've realized is that toward the end of our live streams, we go into like a freestyle session and then we can just talk about random things. Black Intellectual, oh my God, I'm so sorry. If you're still in here and you want to come onto the chat, let me know. I totally told you that you could join in on the screen with me and then we went in a tangent. But if anyone is interested in joining the chat with me for this freestyle session, then I'll post in the chat again. So Black Intellectual, if you're still here, I'm down to have you join. But if not, I understand. I'm sorry. I apologize. He's right. Adultery and death are two ways a covenant can be broken. How do y'all feel about this? So if he's abusive, that doesn't count. Like, are you not, from a religious standpoint, if the guy is abusive to me, that's not a valid reason to leave? So my mom, just to give y'all a little bit of context, before she met my dad, she was married for about 13 years. And she wasn't happy in her marriage, which is very ironic that we're talking about this. And so she went to her pastor and she told him, like, you know, I'm conflicted because I'm not happy in this situation. And his response was, you need to stay because that's your husband. And I think he didn't do the adultery that you guys are mentioning. So if that's the standard, right? If we're saying that the only time that you should leave a relationship is no longer salvageable, only if a person cheats or if a person dies, obviously. Do you think people are really going to be happy in marriages like that? Even if we stay together, would people truly be happy? Is that a good thing that we assess it from that viewpoint, or should people be leaving for things like emotional abuse or if they're not fulfilled in other areas? Keenan says, according to women, mental abuse is worse than physical abuse, and a lot of women inflict it on men. Talk about it. Talk about it. Yeah. You know, the thing with I think with like emotional abuse or mental abuse, people think that it's worse because people are literally mind effing you. Again, I'm trying not to curse, but they're minding you. And so you start to second guess yourself and you're like, am I crazy? Or is this person being mentally abusive to me? And so they get into your head and it causes insecurities. Physical violence is terrible, obviously, because your life could be in danger, but that's blatantly in your face. When someone gets into your head, that is why a lot of people feel like it's worse. So, with that in mind, are a lot of women inflicting physical abuse on men? What do y'all think? Leishawn, I got you. So when you get your hair cut and you're ready to join, let me know. So Chavis says that he's fully against domestic violence. You don't want folks staying in a house where lives are in danger. So what are your thoughts on this notion of emotional or mental abuse? Is that something that you can work through? And do you think that a lot of women inflict emotional abuse on men? It's a very valid question. Religious or not, I don't condone anyone to stay in abusive situations. Yeah, or relationships, we don't condone that. Yes, absolutely. God does allow you to divorce. You guys got to read your Bibles and study more carefully. Baseball King, educate the people. Educate the people in the chat. What you trying to say? What are the reasons that, what are some of the justifications, I should say, for divorce? A man or a woman can be a narcissist or can be someone that's toxic. It doesn't matter the gender. It can happen to anyone. I do agree. I do agree. Okay, Baseball King. Let's talk about this. I've heard this perspective before. Women don't think about the whole picture when they claim they aren't happy. Men go unhappy too, but we understand it's cheaper to keep her. Not saying we don't want to make you happy, but it's impossible. What did I say? On my very first live stream, I feel like I dished this out, and I don't know if y'all received the message, right? I said that when you are reading statistics, you have to be very careful about things called confounding variables. That means that there are external factors that could be driving the research in this direction aside from what you think it is, right? So in this case, right, we're saying that women initiate 80% of divorces. My hypothesis is that one of the reasons why men are not initiating divorces more often is because they might lose financial assets. If there's children involved, there's a high chance that custody might not go in their favor. And as Baseball King just said, men go unhappy too because we understand it's cheaper to keep her. Okay. Black intellectual, you pop back in. Okay, we're gonna invite you to the chat and then we're gonna break this down because I think this is important. We gotta break this whole notion down.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I just got out of work. I was on break. I was like, okay, I'm gonna go back in. Hopefully, she's still on when I get out of work.
I'm so sorry. I had you waiting for so long. We went on a tangent, but I'm glad you came back.
It's all gravy.
Okay. Black intellectual, you're on the spot. I don't know if you heard anything that I just said. Did you hear
I came
that
in
part?
somewhere about DV, but
No, we're not talking about that right now. Okay.
okay, thank God. So I didn't
So
hear anything.
Baseball King raised the point. So we're talking about women leaving because they're unhappy. And his perspective is that men are unhappy as well, but they don't leave because they understand that it's cheaper to keep her. And I actually agree with this. So one of the things that I raise is that when we look at the statistic that 80% of women are initiating divorce, a part of that is happening because men understand that if he leaves, he might be getting the short end of the stick out of the relationship. So it's not that he cares any more than she does, or that he tries any harder than she does, but he just understands again that it's cheaper to keep her. What do you think about those sentiments?
Well, the first thing I would say is the term unhappy just seems like a really like an unexplained reason why you're leaving in the first place. That's on both sides to me. So it's like, what is making you unhappy? Is it something he's doing? Is it something she's doing? Are they not communicating? Because that's usually what ends up happening.
Okay. So
And
do you
as far
oh continue, sorry.
as far as like the cheaper to keeper thing, I mean that is actually true. Like the problem is like a dude, women are more rewarded for leaving their marriages than men are. So the crazy stigma is that a lot of the stigma is if a woman leaves her marriage, it's the man's fault. No matter what the reason is, even if she cheats, it's his fault. But if the guy leaves his marriage, he's looked at as the problem anyway. Like, oh, he just left to ruin his home, or he got a younger, better John, or whatever. So it's like it's a little bit more rough for us to leave because we automatically get painted in the red flag area just for leaving our marriage, even if we're not wrong.
Okay. Okay. So you're saying, yes, you agree with the cheaper to keep her standpoint, but you guys are pretty much villainized if you leave. Like you're going to have a negative reputation for leaving your wife.
Basically, like women are empowered to leave, men are like shamed to stay.
Oh, that's a quote. Let me write that down. Women are empowered to leave. Men are shamed to stay. We gotta make a note of that. Okay. So I have a question for you guys, and this is open to everybody. If this is the case, right? When men get into this phase where they realize like you're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place where you might not want to be with this woman, but you understand that if you leave, it's not going to be the best for you. Do you feel like men are actually trying at that point to mend things together, or are they completely checking out of the relationship? What do you feel like you've witnessed more often?
I've witnessed men definitely check out the relationship way before it ends, more so than the other way. Like
Okay.
a lot of times the woman will be like, he just wasn't doing stuff that he was doing when we got together. He just kind of stopped caring. I just felt like I was caring about myself. I felt like I can understand that to a degree. So like I feel like I've seen that more where the guy just like checked out of his marriage completely just because, or he did feel some type of way, but he was scared to say it because he didn't know how he was going to get a reaction.
Mm. Is that fair soul? I see you. I'm gonna tap you into the chat as well. So I guess the thing is like, okay, man is checking out. Is this kind of aligning with women, I'm sorry, saying that they're unhappy, right? Because whatever reason, let's just say the marriage was rocky, man has checked out, woman feels man checking out. Now she feels like she wants to leave because he's checked out. It's like a snowball effect, right? So do you
It's
think
really
that the
hard to say.
problem is that both parties are not they're not trying to make it work. Like it's like they're both checking out or they're responding to the other person checking out. And instead of them actually staying together and trying to fix it, they stay in a very unhappy marriage.
Absolutely. I agree.
Mm. Okay, we're gonna tap Fair Soul in. Hey, Fair Soul, how are you?
Ty, what's
What's
going on?
up? Welcome
Um,
to the
listen, I'm glad to be here. It's you have a small community which is a gem, and I'm
I
glad you
love this
popped up
channel.
on my post. Like I was like, Tanisha talks. I don't know. I don't subscribe to no women like that. Hold
Exactly,
on.
bro.
Like,
That's
you
how I
know what I'm
was.
saying? Like, hold
I
on.
was like, who is the Tanisha Talks? And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna
Right,
watch the video anyway.
right,
And now I'm like, I
What?
love this channel. I love this channel so much. So
right,
Thanks.
right. Because you know what? I'm real privy to certain information. Not saying that it's not good to put the information out, but there's certain information that only certain individuals need to have to be able to produce out in the world. And what you tap into, it resonates with me. I'm gonna just say it resonates. And there's not too many women that understand. Like you put it in a way as if you already got the traditional home training, you know what's going on out here, and you still not like attacking men or women. You just here for understanding. And that's great because that's where the ball should stop. You should want to understanding first before we assume anything about stuff we don't understand. So
Mm-hmm.
I just want to say that's my first stream with you. I think it was maybe 2 weeks ago. I was talking crap in the comments, whatever, but it wasn't no disrespect. It was all just I think I brought up the wall. I was talking about the wall, and we was
Uh,
like, let's talk about this wall. And then we started going on from there because I told you men hit the wall too, and we do. You was like, how do men hit the wall? I was like, man, we lose our hair. We go through certain things in our body, just like women. But
yeah.
it's just later in life.
finances. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But I know you want to keep it on the topic, Ty. I don't want to drift off or anything like
Well,
that.
thank you. I appreciate you, though. That's love. Thank you so much.
No doubt, all about respect. Um, so what y'all based on said, what y'all just talked about right there, as far as how both parties kind of just like, one is kind of scared to leave, like he said, and I heard this a long time ago. Cheaper to keeper. That's
I
been a
heard that when I
thing
was 7.
where older men would try to put in the younger men as far as kind of saying, young blood, it's keeper to keeper, but really don't get married. It's like they trying to say keeper, but don't get into it. It's like one of those things. Um, but for the men, I feel like the men stay in it all the way until like the ball, into the gun shots or the bell rings, because we know we have a lot more to lose. And it is true, we do. Um, but on the opposite end, I feel like for the woman, she depending on the type of woman she is as well too, because she may have invested in a lot in the relationship. She may have invested a lot in the man. She may have did things that she never did for her previous guy that she was with, and this may have been her only stop. And she's like, man, it didn't work out. She's disappointed, and she's not just disappointed in the relationship. She's disappointed in herself. She's disappointed in the the tools that she used to think that she was going to get to a place, and she didn't get to that place. So she's kind of vulnerable. Like, I don't know what information I'm taking, because she can either go left or right. And if I feel like she takes in the wrong information, it'll be to bring that man down the wrong road, rather than to separate go separate ways peacefully, and you find yourself and he finds himself. Because most relationships start with people really don't know who they are. They look for that man
Mm,
to bring peace, and they look for that woman to bring peace. But really, you got to have peace to begin with to join anything.
yes. So you're saying, if I'm understanding correctly, because I want to make sure everybody gets it. So you're saying that if it's a situation where the relationship is going toward ending, right? The woman is more likely to internalize the ending of the relationship, so she feels like she failed in some way, and so instead of it being,
Um,
sorry, correct me if I'm wrong. Go ahead.
no, I mean you was on the road, you was going with it. But that doesn't necessarily have to be the end game for her. Not always the case with her feeling like she was disappointed in the relationship. It doesn't always have to end with that. That's one of the things. That's just one of the things. But majority of the time, if the question is who ends the relationship first, majority of the time, as far as in marriages, majority of the time is the one. Majority.
Damn.
We know that on paper. We know that coming up from the youth, seeing relationships from our friends, our own partners. It's usually the woman.
It is the woman. Like, I think everybody agrees with that. Like, the women are the ones who are initiating it. But I think that what I'm saying, and what some people also are saying, is that it's a little bit deeper than that. So yes, we're initiating it, but Like Black Intellectual was saying, it could be a situation where the man checked out a long time ago and the woman feels
Oh
like
yeah.
she's not fulfilled emotionally. So it's just like a lot deeper than that.
Oh yeah. It starts from a small thing that turns into a whole domino effect. And I believe you touched on that earlier. It starts from that. Yes. The man could be unhappy, but just don't know how to express his needs. And then it becomes not about what he wants anymore. It's all about what she wants. And it's a thing where you both got to put each other's wants in the pot and try to carve out each other's differences and help. It really is a whole matter um of sacrifice and who sacrifices more. And it could be a selfish thing, but it's a battle of who's more selfish. But even with that, there's intricacies, like you said. There's things that could go left that she may not feel comfortable talking about. Earlier, you was talking about the little white lies. And that little lie can add up to multiple things to where, let's just say this for a small example. The man walks into the room, the girl is on her laptop, she's doing what she got to do, and she's handling paperwork, whatever she's doing. And he just walks in the room and he sees that, whatever it is that she's doing, she don't want him to see. So she quickly like closes, X's out all the tabs and then put her laptop down as if, yeah, one of those. And it was like, he catches this. He's slick to it. He's smooth to it, but he don't want to start an argument. It's kind of like, yeah, what you doing, girl? And she like, nothing, just over here having some paperwork. But she really over here doing something she ain't got no business doing.
Yep.
It don't have to be as far as dealing with another man. It could just be some information she's doing that she don't want him to know yet. But she's like, I ain't doing nothing. But she actually processes some stuff that's going to put him in a situation that he don't know about yet. And just from that little thing right there, with her not keeping it real, just from playing around and he caught her, but she had her chance to say something, it turns into a big thing because she had an opportunity to say something that could affect the dynamic of their relationship because it maybe the schedule changes now. Now something small that she could have said right then and there, or he could have pushed a little further on to find out. But even with that little thing right there, it turns into an effect. Now I can't trust her. Now I gotta see how she moving now because that little thing she did, she lied to me. Now I gotta watch it, and that starts to build mistrust issues, especially if you're coming from a place of not trusting the world, humans. Especially us introverted folks. We got to recharge our batteries. I'm big on being introverted. If anything, I'm a hybrid. You're introvert too?
I'm super extroverted, so I get hurt a lot.
Right.
Oh,
We
really?
sensitive,
Okay.
man. We gotta go in the back cave and charge our batteries, But
yeah, we gotta go and reprocess the situation usually.
Yeah.
So it's like, all right, now I gotta figure out what just happened.
And it's funny.
Yeah, but I
had a
think that what you
roommate.
guys just explained, though, the problem with that is like in that example, he should have, if he saw that she was doing something sneaky, and I think a lot of us do this, right? Instead of it being something where you're taking mental notes and you're like, okay, now I got to watch out for her. Bring it up at that time. I think we let too many things build up and we have animosity and trust issues and stuff could have just been nipped in the butt at that time.
Because
But the communication, I think someone said in the chat, like you have to have communication. That's lacking. We do have Money 1322 trying to join, but I do want to raise a comment. So Highly Creative Digital, hello, said men are used to being unhappy because it's more important to us that family is okay than for us to feel good. The woman's happiness depends on resources. I'm going to add Money 1322 to the stream, and then I want to know what you guys think about that.
I think that's a very, very true statement to
That's
some degree.
100.
Like a lot of like men, we really gotta like put our head down and just take whatever punch is thrown at us.
Right.
Just to make sure the rest of the people don't suffer if we have a family. Like if you got fired from the job, you really don't want to tell the wife, but you got to at the same time, but you don't want the kids to know, but they want something, but you can't afford it. You can't tell them why. It's like it's so much pressure for us to not upset our families that we put what makes us happy on back burner to make sure they're happy before we are. But that's only if you got the right dude, though. If you got a bum, then that's just opposite.
So B Class says that it's ridiculous to suffer in a relationship to protect your resources. What do you think about that?
Can you repeat that?
It's ridiculous to suffer in a relationship to protect your resources.
Can you hear me?
Right. It is. But if it is ridiculous, and a lot of people do it, and they just not to protect their resources. It's sometimes just convenience. Um, sometimes you just want that in-house, and this go for men and women, not this go for both parties, because it could be the breadwinner of the woman making the money, and the man's living off of her, or the man making the money, and the woman, she's doing what she got to do. But I think the sacrifice comes. Well, it is a sacrifice on both sides, but it is a selfish sacrifice because it may not be for the right reasons, such as family first. It may not even be for that. It could just be I want this money and I want the outcome when this person passes away. And I'm just thinking long term.
Yeah.
Relationships not even lasting long term. Let's talk about 6 months to a year.
Yeah.
2 years if anything. Um, the the sacrifice, and there are a lot of relationships like that going on now. We know people like this right now. Sometimes it could just be for sex. It could be just in-house sex. It could
That's a
be,
lot of reason, to be
yeah,
honest. I feel like it's easier to get sex in a relationship. So people base their relationship off of how good the sex is. And that's just eventually that's going to diminish at some
right.
point.
It's based on lust, not really love.
Yeah, I believe
And
that girls hold out nowadays.
Say
say that
that
again.
again.
I said, yeah, I believe that girls hold out nowadays. The
It's
one
not
thing I hate
necessarily
about
that
this
they hold out.
generation and stuff is transactional. Um,
Mm-hmm.
so it's like if you're not making me happy, you're not getting none, and that's and starting off
What's
with what
wrong? Wait, what's wrong with that though? What is
uh,
wrong with that?
uh,
I ain't gonna lie, if I ain't happy, I'm not in the mood. So
I don't think nothing's wrong with it, but like I shouldn't. If it's transactional, then I
Okay.
can I can buy sex. Like it ain't I don't think it's nothing wrong with it. But if it come with stipulations, then I don't find the value in wanting that.
See,
And I think that's kind of what's going on with our generation in general. Is everything, like you said, it's selfish. Everybody wants something for
hmm,
themselves, and
right,
I think that's what the difference is between our parents and stuff like that, because it was a family dynamic and that doesn't exist anymore.
right,
Uh,
right. I
but
think
starting,
now. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, I was saying starting back, thinking the question you asked earlier about who checks out later. I say
Mm,
women, and it's mainly because it takes a long time for men to commit, and it takes a certain reason uh for them commit. Like women always bring up, yeah, man, he won't let go of the girl that broke his heart in middle school and things of that nature. And it's true because men, it takes a lot for us to trust a woman with their heart. So it's like if I marry you, that means a lot to me because I went through a lot of gymnastics in my head to actually propose the question,
right.
and now you just want to go. Yeah, I'm not, and the other thing that I said, them numbers is off as far as uh women filing for divorce, and that's because,
Hmm.
speaking of what I was just talking about, men will rather push you away than to file for divorce themselves. Like they'll
Yes,
they'll
Yeah,
do
yeah.
something to
I
mess
can
with
I
agree
you
with that.
agree.
and
I
make you
agree with
file
that.
for divorce. Because
Right.
we're looked at as the bad guy, but we don't want to put, to actually give you a reason for us to be the bad guy. It's like, it's what a
I
lot
want
of
to
dudes
add.
do.
I want to add to that. You was right on the money with that, but there was a statement that was said that a woman won't. It's like somebody said that she'll hold out. I don't think that's the case with all men because I think it takes a certain man to get the most out of a woman, and what she see is what she is what she's going to get and what she's going to do depending
That's
on that
factual.
man. So if that man is coming with his handout, paying this, paying that, that's how she's going to treat him.
Yeah,
I've got the most out of women when I wasn't paying. And it
I
depends on the
I do have a
man.
question for you guys. Well, we have first of all, La Maricha, I know I pulled you in, so I would like to
Hey
hear your
guys.
perspective. Is there
What's up?
anything
What's
that you
up?
wanted to chime in on
What's
that we're
going on?
talking about?
I felt offended because I saw that comment like a few comments back where someone said a woman's happiness is dependent on resources, and that
Mm,
may be one of the things, but I think anyone needs resources for the basic like human needs. However, I don't feel that all women depend only on a man's resources to be happy. And I feel so strongly about that is because I'm leaving a situation where my ex, it's also other things people have mentioned in the comments. Some men, they don't know how to heal their childhood trauma. So, he doesn't know how to communicate. And that's very
Mm.
basic and of a need that I need to be happy because, and on another note, Tanisha, I love your channel. You've inspired me to start my own channel because I love watching all your videos
I'm
and I
over
think you're
there.
great. Yes, and communication is such a key, and it's like, why do you think you're trying when you pop up and you're like, oh, I love you and miss you, and then you disappear for like a few weeks. Like that's not trying, and that's a
mm-hmm.
need
It
that I
is.
need to be happy, and it has nothing to do with money or financial resources. Like I care about that, but like that doesn't make me. That's not the only thing, and that's why I had to chime in because y'all, all the men up here, I felt attacked.
Okay.
See,
I
all
hope
right.
you
Well,
don't feel
actually, I
attacked,
want to pose a
but
question to you guys, and then you can chime in with what you were going to say. Because I think so. B class had raised the comment that I wanted to kind of go back to. So B class was talking about how we tend to protect other assets. We get insurance, we get things like that, but people are weird about a prenup. So La Maricha, based on what you said, would you be okay with marrying a guy who made you sign a prenup?
I would be because to me, like, I don't want to just marry someone for money. Like, of course, money is great. However, to me, a connection is better than that. Like, I want to feel passionately about the person I'm with. And I wouldn't mind signing a prenup because if a man has money, like, teach me how to do it. Like, teach me how to be successful too, so we can both win together. Like that.
Right,
That's how I feel personally.
right. That prenup is very offensive to a lot of women out here. Very
Yeah,
offensive.
how do
Yeah.
you
but,
guys feel about that? Men in
but
the chat, like, do you feel like a prenup is beneficial? Would you make a woman sign a prenup?
every
Absolutely.
prenup is situational.
Absolutely. Has nothing to do with feelings. I feel like well,
Mhm.
not what I feel. What I know is that what I worked hard for has nothing to do with you. Prior to meeting you, and even after, my business does not delegate to, well, it delegates how we live. We're together, but what I do has nothing to do with my artistic ability and creativity of how I get money has nothing to do with you. And same with you with me. So
Yeah,
I
but
don't think that's nothing with being selfish. I don't think that's being selfish. I think you protect what you want, what you worked hard for your whole life. I'm protect what I got. And then when we get together, we gonna create.
Mm,
yeah, but like I was about to say, every prenup is situational because like Dr. Dre had a prenup and he still paid 20 million. So
Mm,
Mm.
like
okay.
that's so like you got dudes who sign them and still end up giving up half anyway, or just a little bit.
right.
Whereas you got people who don't sign prenup and lose everything. It doesn't. Like I said, it's a win-win situation in the divorce area where like I said, women are prized to leave and men are shamed to stay. It's like there's no real loophole around that. So it's like even with a prenup, you can still lose everything.
Fair. So I do want to say something because I challenged something you said now. You
Okay.
said that your creativity, your business, it has nothing to do with the person that you're with. That's not always the case. I think that some women could come in, they can help the man excel in his business. Let's say
Yeah,
you
that's
help
fair.
him with the finances, you keep him organized. Maybe you're like a stay at home mom, you work with the kids so he has more liberty to do what he needs to do. And so
Mm,
in that case, is it fair? Because a woman is helping contribute in other ways to your business and you're successful. Like you are reaching new levels
right.
possibly because of that.
Right. Now remember the situation
Oh, I got an issue with
with
that.
with with Bezos, Jeff Bezos and his wife when they broke up. she helped them with that business. So it's only right to do it like that. I'm not saying all
Right.
situations don't do it like that, but in the situations when
Mhm.
it ain't like that, come on. Because
I
that
got a
ain't the
problem.
case with all the time. I could ask her to go ahead and file this paperwork, send out 80 of these emails and do that. But that might be a problem. At the end of the day, that's still my wife. She don't have to do it. I'm throwing a suggestion out there. But if she feel like there's other things that she want to get to and she can't do it, why am I going to throw her under that? Why am I going to put on a prenup when she didn't even want to do it? She didn't want to. But that's not a part, because marriage is a business. But
Yeah.
she doesn't have to be included in all of my business. And if she wants to help, lend a helping hand, I'm for that too. I'm gonna put her down with that. She get in what she put in. Same with me with her. Go both ways. But the man has more
How do you feel about
responsibility.
that? Do you think marriage is a business?
I mean, the history of marriage is transactional because the woman used to have a dowry back in the day, and it was started as a transaction. I mean, I had heard something on social media about that, like how the man, it must have been Derek Jackson or someone, the
Oh
man.
God.
Oh my
I
God.
know. He's I feel a
You
little
already
bit torn
lost.
about him. No, but listen, it was a good
Oh, I'm about
video
to
with
get
Hear
my
her
him.
out. Hear
I'm about
her
to get my
out.
Derek Jackson on.
I know. I feel torn about him as well, but it was a video where it was something, I don't even know if it was him, but it was someone saying sometimes like a man will be with a woman, he'll build his business up, then he'll leave that woman and be with someone else. Like, because a man doesn't really, sometimes, I'm not saying this for all men, but some men don't really want a woman who helps them to build. Like, they want to already be there, and then they want, like, someone to like share their fruits with. Like, so I don't know. I think it
But
just depends on the
That depends on
situation
the
in the
man.
relationship.
yeah, what you're saying is
Right.
true. But a lot of the times, a lot of women don't want to build with the dude. They want to wait till he gets to the finish line
Yeah, they
and
want
then
it
jump
already
in to
ready
say,
for
take.
them.
Yo, I
So
think
Hang
it's
on,
I
guys. We
more.
got someone else joining the chat. One second. Hold on.
It's a little
Mr.
fuzzy.
Panther! Oh, Lord. I feel like it's about to
Mr.
get lit.
Life.
G up in here.
Oh,
BG coming
what
up
up, Unc?
too. BG coming up too. We about to get into this. I hear y'all
Let's
talking about
get it.
marriage is the business.
What
Hey,
up, Unc?
you know I'm married, man. So you talking to the right
Hey,
guy right now.
Let us know what you're
so drop
thinking.
that game then. Is it a
Man,
Drop that
hey,
game,
business?
Unc. Drop the game, Unc.
hey, man, little background. I got married at 39 years old. I'm 46 right
Okay.
now. And
Okay.
and and until 39, I hoard my life away. That's what I did. So I
Mm.
can speak from all facets of life when it comes to this, because once again, marriage is definitely a business. It's the problem that a lot of modern women think. They think that marriage should be all romance, candy canes, and lollipops. It's not about that. Nowhere near that. Marriage is a business, and you got to have a common goal. Something that I say, marriage is like a triangle, right? So you have, see, the problem with marriage, people typically look at each other and you're not going anywhere. Marriage got to be like a triangle. You all both got to be looking up and going in to where you're trying to reach the final point, right at the top, right there, and that's unity. And that's the problem, because you join hands and you walk together and you walk close, and then you draw closer to your God at the same time. And a woman should be that space between man and God. If she's not filling that role, she's not in her purpose, and she's not in his purpose and destiny. And Derek Jackson is full of shit.
Preach.
Derek Jackson is full of. Just let me put
God
that out there,
damn.
because I got to talk about this, because
Give me the
y'all women listen
goosebumps,
at
Some
baby.
that.
Let's
language.
go.
Some
I don't
Y'all,
language.
disagree. I don't disagree with you.
Come on, Panther. Come on.
Derek Jackson, fill y'all heads up with all this BS, and you can tell that you can tell that he's full of BS when you see all the old single women agreeing with him. They usually old, single, and fat. I call them BBB, bitter, busted, and big. So
Right.
Oh my God.
they got their triple B rating. They
Oh my
A plus
God.
with the triple B or .org. That's what they do. And they all gather around to Derek Jackson. They're like, oh, preach, man. You better go ahead and talk and go and talk. And they continue to stay single. And then when the man that's married, that hoard around, that been out in the streets and telling women something totally different, I'm saying, this is how my wife got me. They was like, oh no, we can't listen to him. Oh, we cannot listen to him. And I'm gonna say this. I
Oh
told you
man.
one time before, I passed out equality with my wife, and I'm gonna tell this to the fellas, pass out equality. I don't know why y'all trying to do all this patriarchy stuff. Man, when I started passing out equality to my wife, it added 5 years back to my life and took 5 years off of hers. What do you mean, Pastor? What I'm saying is, we do our show on Thursday night too as well, right? So while I'm doing my show, my wife is taking out the garbage. She's taking care of everything inside the house that needs to be done while I'm doing this, while I'm away from her. My wife would go out there and mow the lawn, and it was hard on me at first to see her do that. But then I started thinking about that shit. I'm just like, I've been taking all these years off my life from doing blue collar labor. Let her join in too. And then she didn't have a problem with it. So why am I stressing over it? And my wife makes mighty good. My wife makes great money. I make good money. My wife makes great money. And guess what? I'm gonna go buy some more of them Yeezys with her money. That's what I'm thinking, and that's what I'm trying to tell these guys. You need to start practicing feminism. You need to start giving these women equality, and then make your life better. Go find you a good woman that's gonna make some money, and then go spend it and have yourself a gravy time. Why are you fighting and fussing about it? I don't know. And my wife still make me sandwiches because I don't know why that's a real thing with men. Make me dinner and a sandwich. Nah, my wife make enough money so that we can order out. That's what I'm talking about.
Now with marriage, you never regretted it, right? You always felt like you made the best decision. Did you ever have any second guess anything? You always felt like you made the right choice?
I'm not going to lie like that, man. There's ups and downs because once again, it's a business. It's like you walking into a job, and like one day you might not be feeling like it. I just might.
That's real talk.
Hey man, I be at the gym and you see them girls walking around with them little shorts on with the booty cheese, and you know what I'm talking about, where the cheese go all the way up their butt. And I live in Tampa, and I'm gonna tell you, bro, they be out there looking all type of skanky. And so I be in the gym looking most of the time. So I go 6 days a week just to look. So
Don't even get the pump out.
Yeah, I go look and go home. Yeah, I go look at the camel toe. I look at the camel toe and then I go home.
My jaw is dropped.
I got to mad at it. I got to
say about what you say in the comments, okay?
I got to
somebody said that you done slaved your wifey out. They said that no way my wife is cutting grass. Like that sounds like tomfoolery.
They save you out.
So why not? Can I counteract something you said real quick? Real quick.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
So the thing is, like you said, right, when you're saying like, do the equality thing, a lot of the modern sisters ain't for that. Like they want to get their own money, but they don't want you to see any of that money. They still want you to do everything, but they don't really want to do the whole 50-50 thing. They call 50-50 destiny. Whereas we're giving you an option to like, get parts of this whole situation, but they look at it like you're dusty. So a lot of sisters want their own money, but they also don't want you to touch that money. They still want you to do everything traditionally, but they don't want to be traditional women.
Bro, I'm totally with you, but I'm going to tell you like I tell all the young men that I mentor. Before you begin to invest inside a woman, make sure that she's willing to invest inside you. If she doesn't have any buy-in up front, you don't buy in later at all. With my wife and any other girl that I dated or talked to, I had one or two rules. First rule is, first time I take you out, you ain't getting no deal. You would not get a meal. We would not sit inside a restaurant. I'm not going to go spend no money. I can tell you right now, the most expensive thing I ever bought was a purse, and that I bought it for my wife last year. First thing, it was a Gucci purse. Most expensive thing. I never paid a car note. I never paid a mortgage. I never paid rent. I didn't do any of that, but I had them to do it for me. But I'm also 6'5" and brown eyes, so I can do that. But so what I'm trying to say is,
my God.
so what I'm trying to say is, you gotta make. Just show you. And I dress very nice. I carry myself very well, and I always have a vision, purpose, and a plan. And I tell young men to make sure when you're talking to women, always have a vision, purpose, and a plan. Because if you can't express that, they ain't going to get on your. They would not get on your boat anyway.
They're not getting on your plan.
Exactly. If you can't express it. So once again, make sure that they always have buy-in up front. I would take them somewhere like to the park and have a conversation, or to back back then, because we didn't do coffee like that. We would always go somewhere that would be fun and leisure where I didn't have to spend any money. That was the first date. Second date, she might get something else. I'm gonna just try. I used to try for the hell of it. Chick-fil-A. Why? Just to see how she's gonna act. Because if she broke the system, I already know that she ain't for me at that point in time. Third date, if she ain't offering to take me out, I'm already
Chick-fil-A
gone.
put where you need to be. She's mad about Chick-fil-A. We don't
Hold
need
on.
further.
Wait. I got a question though, because
Go
let's
for
go
it.
back to. I want to see what you guys think about what B Class said, and I have a comment before y'all answer. He said, "Play broke. That's the best way to find a real one."
That's real
Now,
talk.
I got an issue with this, okay, and I'm gonna tell you why. Okay, I don't think you know that women are going after resources, right? Money. And we know that men are going after a certain thing. And one of the common complaints with men when they're dating is that women hold out on certain qualities that they find valuable because they're not a wife yet. And the common sentiment that we get is that you should be preparing to be a wife. You shouldn't be holding out for things in the end. Why y'all holding out on y'all money and you expect that a woman is going to be okay with settling down with someone who she thinks is broke? Like, she's looking for stability as well.
Because money ain't. Go ahead, you more experienced. I just want
It's
to
the
say
fear,
money
it's
ain't
the
the
fear of
end
getting
game.
ghosted. We put out our money for like a week or two, and then next thing you know, y'all just going on this.
Because there's a lot of dudes out here that got money. It ain't all about the money. What can you actually do besides the money? We got the money, and we're going to go ahead and do a lot of things, but what can you offer to us besides expecting us to pay for you? Because there's a lot of things you could do besides the money. The money is a tool to put us in different places, but there's other things you could do around the money. But see, y'all go for that money sniper from the door, and we already looking like, all right, we're going to put her in this box. We just going to do this with her because she all about the money. Throw a couple of little dollars at her, but we going to get what we want. She going to get what she want, but we ain't going to go no further than that. That's a man that's about his business and looking forward, but I don't want to go too further because I tired making all them different faces. I'm like, oh, I don't want to.
I think it depends.
No.
I was going to say, I think it depends because I think this is where discernment comes into play. Like, I've never been a woman that's just like, oh, let me see how many free meals I can get. I've heard about people doing that on social media, so it does make it hard for men these days. However, I think it's about discernment, and I kind of agree. Like, maybe don't spend all your money on the first date and go somewhere super, super expensive. Yeah, maybe you should go for a walk or to the park or have a conversation before you start like investing into a woman. Like, maybe you should just, we should all use discernment, especially as women as well. Like, women have to use discernment too when knowing like who this person is, like that you're investing time and money into. So
you and I put the fellas up on game.
Hold on, wait, before you start that, hold on. I got to swap the panel out, y'all, because we got a lot of people trying to come in. So, Black Intellectual, I'm going to move you back. If you want to come back in, you can, but we got Bad Gemini that's trying to come in. I seen him, and then we're gonna keep rotating. So.
I'm going to drop down because I'm at work, but I just want to say, I just want to say this. OG, I know you're about to drop some jewels, but I want to say, brothers like you make me feel more hopeful about marriage. And Ty, women like you make me feel like there's more women out here that's actually worthy and actually interested in actually going further in life as far as, not just the sub-level things, but like actually looking at the greater things of marriage and, relationships, all the good part of things, and not have to settle for all this low energy vibration of just BS that we deal with. But salute to you guys. I'm going to be tapped in. I'm going to be listening. Appreciate the convo.
Thank you so much. So much love to you. Thank you.
Much respect. She's giving me quality, bro. Giving me
already
quality.
Know. All day.
Yeah, not equity, but equality.
All day. All day. All day, baby.
Make sure you give me quality.
Lord.
All right, so let me get these fellas. You don't mind if I do this?
You can, but we got Bad Gemini. What's up? How are you?
What's good? I'm chilling. I'm listening to all the nonsense. I don't be out here on these Facebook streets like, not even YouTube, excuse me, streets like y'all. So I'm trying to be civilized, but y'all pulling the ratchetness out of a brother tonight. But I'm gonna listen a little bit more and let y'all lead me where I need to go. Go ahead. I'm listening.
All right, Pastor. Go ahead.
Fellas, this is one thing that you do, right? Because I talk about always looking for investment. First thing you do on the first date, never go on a night date on the first date. Always during the day or in the morning. That way, it reduces the stress of you spending major cash at that point in time, right? First date, always in the morning, always at midday, sometimes on the weekend. In and out, you're not really spending any money. You're really not spending any money. Now, as you progress inside the relationship and you feeling like you're feeling there, you need to move from the morning to the very last to late night. You want to go from early morning, first date, second date, somewhere about 4 or 5 o'clock or whenever, but never at 7, because once again that's dinner and that means you're spending a lot of money. Now the third date need to be about 10 o'clock. 10:30 or 11. Why you ask me that? Why, Pastor? Why? Because you want to be the last one that she see. You want to be the last one that you see, because a lot of these women will go on a date at 7 o'clock, go get some food, then go somewhere else with another guy and let them knock them down. So once again, you want to be the last one that she sees. So you want to push it as late as possible, let her get all the other dates out the way, and you want to be there about 10:30, 11 to give yourself the optimal opportunity to get what you want and give her what she wants. Now, you might want to go do drinks or something like that, sit at the bar. Why are you sitting at the bar? Because you want to see her sit beside you. Why you want her sitting beside you? To see how she move. If she's sitting straight forward, that means that she might not be feeling you. If she turns and leans towards you and leans in and start, now you know you got somewhere. And it would tell as the night go on, because she might start off straightforward, give her 1 or 2 drinks, then you'll start notice she'll start leaning more towards you. Now, once you get to 4 or 5, just go home, because that's called date something else. All right, so don't do that.
So 3 is the golden number. 3 drinks.
3 to 4 is that's the number. Once you get to 5, brother, just step away, get an Uber, go home. You don't want any problems. So you didn't. So, but late night dates at the bar, make sure watch her mannerisms. If she's sitting like a dude beside you, she ain't feeling you, bro. That's all I'm saying.
La Marita, how do you feel about that? The only woman
I need to get another drink for this conversation. I mean, it sounds like a solid plan. I guess it does protect some guys that have been used and abused by these women on the dating apps. I don't know. I just feel like I'm too good for the world. I don't do that to people. I don't like to use people. I deleted all of my dating apps. I'm just like, I'm just in a focus on myself mode right now. So we need some like tips for women. Like we need to make a book for women, or like,
Like what?
I don't know. Like you have all these tips for men. We need tips for women.
You asking that? I'll tell.
What you asking, sis?
I'm just waiting for her to ask, and then I might have some insight as well. But go ahead. Give me a question.
I got a question, because I appreciate having the male perspective. So, hearing all of this, right? What is it that a woman can do? Because you mentioned that your wife, she hooked you in a certain kind of way. What can a woman do to make herself stand out, for her to be taken seriously and to show that she has value for a long-term relationship?
You gonna jump on this one? Go ahead. I'll let you be the OG status. Now I'll be behind that. Go ahead.
For me personally, and I do operate different than most men, so I'm gonna let him go on this one. It's show initiative. Because just like I said, I'm always looking for investment. I'm looking for buy-in. And if you're not showing initiative, and what I mean by showing initiative is that you're taking the time to actually learn who I am and actually be naturally inquisitive of who I am and what I do and what I want to do, and putting yourself in that situation to do the things that I want to do. Just like one thing I was telling about our friend up here, the one above me, when I said, ask the question and she went blank. So, and that's the thing about a lot of women. You really don't know how to approach or deal with men because you're so used to men coming at you. It got to be reversed. You got to actually have some form of game yourself. You got to know how to approach a man. You got to know how to talk to a man. You got to know how to get into the inner beings of a man. And it's not hard for women. It's not hard at all. It's just asking him what he likes to do. Most men like sports. You already know right then and there. You already know that most men And if he drink, what does he drink? And especially with black men, you can send them a drink. Most black men going to drink Hennessy. That in itself. It doesn't. This is not rocket science. I asked a young lady, "What do you do?" And she didn't know that. She didn't know that black men drink Hennessy. Like, just like those little simple things, that knowing the male nature could get you towards a man and making sure that you can have a man. It's just being naturally inquisitive and showing initiative to actually get towards the man that you want to be with. A lot of you all won't do that. You want to play the background, but guess what? When women ask for equality, now you got it. Now you got to play the game the same way that men do.
So you're saying that women, do you feel like women should be the pursuers?
Not pursuers, you just got to show initiative, and sometimes pursuing is in there. That's a part of it. You might not like it, but that's the game we in right now.
Ooh.
What you gonna say?
I'm not saying anything crazy. Look, I'm gonna keep it real. I'm gonna keep it straightforward. We talk about this from time to time. A woman has to be willing to compete. And I think that's a big problem. A male's nature is competitive, and many women don't like to compete. It's like, I look cute. Well, guess what? There are about 100 women that look as cute as you, can get their nails done like you, can get your hair done like you. So what accentuates you and takes you and propels you to the forefront? The thing is, the competition doesn't stop at looks. Once we've established that 10 of y'all look good in this club, we know that all 10 of y'all gonna get hollered at, right? Let's just use a club circumstance, right? All 10 of y'all gonna get hollered at. That doesn't change anything. But now when we get past the 10 of y'all getting hollered at, it's like, who brings something different, right? Because some people may be like, I got what I wanted out of it. I got a drink. They get their drinks, they're fall back. They're not going to compete. Some women may be like, I got my drink, but I'm going ego stroke this guy, because what I understand is, yeah, I got my drink, but for this drink, there's a bottle attached to that. I can get more than just a few drinks and say, hey, girl, he bought my drinks, and think that, oh, I had a great night. Look at me. Oh, he bought my drinks. All y'all got y'all drinks bought for y'all. We trying to take y'all to the next level. So when we talking about competing, this, you ego stroke me where I'm feeling like, dang, she checked out my outfit. She did this. She said I smell good. I might be the fool to say I'm going to give her my whole wallet and splurge on her compared to the other girls, because she's giving me what? Buy-in, as Pastor Life reference. Sometimes a compliment is buy-in. Women are not great at complimenting guys.
Not at all.
How many women will walk up just out of the blue and be like, sir, I just want to let you know your cologne, it smelled great. Like, my nose was itching and twitching. My nose, when I smelled your cologne, my nose tried to jump off my face and follow you.
Not jump off my face.
Yes, they're not doing all of that. Guys are doing quick. Hey, baby, you smell good, blah, blah, blah. Hey, girl, ooh, that hair, nails. Women, they'll smell it and they'll even do the little turning and get the last little whiff, but they ain't going to say anything. Show the buy-in, right? And so that's all we're saying, because flattery is always accepted. That's what I say. You got to be willing to flatter a man. That doesn't mean you're a hoe. It means that you acknowledge, you see him and recognize who he is. And when a man sees that level of buy-in, he will propel you ahead of others. That's just one quick one, and we can keep going. Go ahead.
Well, I want to acknowledge what Christina Sky said. She said, I feel like if a woman approaches a man, they'll think that you're promiscuous. Why don't one of you men tell me?
I'm glad you brought that up, because I literally was going to ask you to bring up that comment. Yeah, so back to it, right? Here is another problem that a lot of the lovely ladies suffer from. It's the power of deflection. And like he said, not willing to compete and put up all these excuses of what can happen. Guess what? Men understand. I talk about this a lot with men, right? I tell men 3 out of 10. And what does that mean, 3 out of 10? 3 out of 10 means that if a man approaches 10 women, he's going to probably get rejected by 7 and probably get to at least first base with 3. That's a 30% average, right? That's pretty low. But if you bat 30% in baseball, they would pay you $5 million a year. That's the thing. You're not worried about the men. You're not worried about the 70%. You're going to focus on the 3%, much like how men do. Yeah, you might get 70 fools out there that think that, oh man, she might be a hoe, but the 3 that doesn't, spend your time there, and then you work your way down. There's nothing wrong with having a roster. And once again, much like how men have to serial compete for women. Women need to understand that you have equality now. You need to serial compete for men as well. So don't worry about the 7. Focus on the 3.
Oh, can I? I'm gonna chime in. If you
Go
want to
ahead,
say
go
something,
ahead.
Tiny. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm breaking it down. There's the creative juices. So check this out. So I'm looking at. Let me read it from me out loud so I can understand what's going on. But I feel like if a woman approaches a man, they will think you're promiscuous.
You got to read in the woman's voice. That's what you're doing.
Well, I'm reading the calm voice. It's actually a gender neutral voice. Isn't that funny?
Gender neutral?
It's gender neutral voice. I'm crazy. Anyway, I mean, why don't one of you men tell me? Okay, check it out. First off, when you say, but I feel like if a woman approaches a man, they would think you're promiscuous. What do you think you are? Who do you believe you are? Because there's an energy in your approach, right? That I'm gonna keep it real simple. There's an energy in your approach. So when you're presenting, what are you coming with?
So you saying
we know how certain women approach. Let's think about it. These guys who go to Vegas and they have a good time and they're at the bar and they're single. There's a call girl energy because these call girls, they prey on these men. They come with that energy and they want you to treat them that way and take them. They're coming with that promiscuous energy because they're like, look, to me, you may mean $1,000, $1,500, $300. So they're bringing that energy. If you come with a presentable, respectful energy, then that will kind of help a man understand who you are. Because the thing is, we hear in our culture, thirsty. You know who's thirsty when they bring that energy. We know what thirsty energy smells like and looks like. So when you bring that, we know what it is. So if you bring the right approach now, the second thing, the second part of that is you have to have your radar on. Do you have good sensory to know what kind of man you're approaching? Because if you're approaching a dog, then he's going, even if you're a lovely, pleasant, wonderful woman, he's thinking about how can I get that because you approached the dog. You have to have the radar to know what kind of guy you're approaching. So you're like, okay, if I approach a man that I think, look, guys can play, we can run the game. But there are certain guys you can smell it and sniff it. Women are good at doing it. Stop acting like y'all not. You know this guy's a dog, but you like it because it's that bravado. It's that macho-ness. Ooh, girl, da-da-da-da. Girl, he a dog. What you talking about? So when you take your approach and you get mad at him, you the one who approached this dog. Your picker is broken. Fix your stinking picker. And if you got a good picker, then you're not mad at the end results. So it's two things to that. Your energy, and then when you present your energy, make sure that the energy you present is going towards an individual, i.e. a guy that matches that. Because if you go up to a dog with a pleasant energy, guess what a dog is going to say? Ooh, I'm finna turn her out. I don't care she a good girl. Matter of fact, this is a challenge. I want to turn this good girl out because this is going to be a special notch on my belt. But then I'm just going to pause. We can continue. There's more. Go ahead.
I definitely think that's important, having discernment.
Yeah, but I think a lot of women aren't good at having a picker. You said that we know.
You should.
You should. But yeah,
it depends. To me, it depends because if you weren't raised in a community, like in your childhood, like maybe your mom didn't choose the right kind of man, or you didn't have that kind of person to like show you, or you didn't have like a religious background. It just depends on like your unique situation.
There are religious hoes out there.
I don't know.
That's true. That's also true.
Every woman that approached me kind of knew I wasn't shit. So
religious hoes. Oh my gosh. So Christina, she actually responded, and I want to bring this up because I think a lot of women somewhat resonate with this. So she mentioned that she grew up in a religious household, so she doesn't think it's a woman's place to approach a man. And a lot of women, regardless of being religious or not, they feel this way. And one of the perspectives is that if you set that standard from the beginning that you're the one who is the pursuer, they feel like that's going to impact the dynamic of the relationship where he feels like he doesn't have to try as hard. What do you guys think about that?
You got to if there are subtle ways that a woman can actually give a man signals to let him know to come over there and speak to her. Women can do that. Men can't. If a man gives you luscious eyes, y'all want to think we gay, right? So they're just like, oh girl, he look kind of fruity. Oh girl, he look fruity over there. Why his eyes doing that? But if you all do that to us, you all understand how to send a signal to a man. Like one thing that I mentioned before, I talked about the Hennessy. So if you're sitting at a bar, you see a guy over there you like, you don't have to approach him. Just send them a Hennessy, right? Because once again, most black men drink Hennessy, so you already you already up, and just say that it's from me, and tell the bartender to say that it's from you. Now you giving him the signal to come over there and talk to you. If he doesn't come talk to you, that lets you know that something already going on. That's $10 that you don't spend. No harm, no foul. What's the big deal? Or you walk by and brush up against him, and then you drop something and see if he turns around, and then if he turns around and picks down and grab it, and he looks at you, now you got him. Once again, you gotta be proactive in how you seduce a man. If you don't know how to seduce a man to get him started, how you want to seduce a man once you have him? Because that's the hard part, and you can't do it when he wants it, and which is at the beginning. Baby, you can't keep him. You got to be a seducer.
So I have a comment. It says, I think women fear approaching men. Otherwise, they would consider it a part of equality, the same way they feel liberated to have sex with anybody. Come on.
Men fear approaching women, but we got to do it. Like I said, most men, batting average, the best man is probably 3 out of 10, 4 out of 10. That means that he's still losing 6. But we continue to go at it until you get better at it. Once again, equality is here, so you need to be a little bit more seductive in your approach. If you don't want to approach a man, you need to figure out the art of being seductive.
Look, I will say this: rejection is not one-sided, and I think because we have that male ego and that they say you pompous and you're arrogant and it's that bravado. It's like, suck it up, you're a guy, and deal with it. No. Do you know how hard a guy gets clowned when he tries to go get this number and he goes back to his homeboys? Homeboys are savage. They're like, dang, God, you tried to do shit. Ooh, and it's like there's an embarrassment because guys will rub it in thick and make you feel bad. You're like, man, I ain't gonna holler at nobody ever again. Because
her homegirls are even more savage.
They'll laugh at you. What made you think you can get my girl? What you got? And then they're naming all the things you don't have. And you be like, dang, now you questioning your credit, you questioning your height, you questioning your vocabulary, you like, dang, I'm a broke, busted, disgusted. I'm finna go back in my corner over there. I'm sorry for bothering y'all ladies. I'm still gonna buy y'all a drink for wasting y'all time, and I'm a heathen. Like, no, the thing is, when we come to this rejection, it hurts on every freaking level, male and female. The reason we do it, because we know, as from the male perspective, if we didn't go out there, we wouldn't survive. Like what we're known for and what we do, guys typically they have we're considered predators, not in a negative nature, but it's go out there and hunt, go out there and provide, go out there and get money. So it's like, go out there and get your woman, the woman you're interested in. And if you don't, you're going to starve in relationships. You're going to starve financially. Everything we don't go out and get, we starve. So we're like, you know what? I'm going to go my 3 out of 10 as pastor reference, because it's like, I'm not willing to starve when it comes to being alone and not having a woman. One key thing is, when we're talking about women in the perspective of males, don't get this misconstrued. Guys do not like being alone, period. That's why you see, oh, he's a dog, but he always wants to keep a woman. Oh, he's a stay-at-home dad. He's lame. He still wants to keep a woman. Oh, guys want to have that interaction. Guys do not want to die alone. Forget what you're talking about. We do not want to die in a room of our homeboys watching football, playing video games. That's all a lie. We love women. We want women. The thing is, when we make ourselves presentable, yes, you got to have something soft to sleep with at night, right? And just cuddle up. Look, all these stereotypes we have, that's because we don't talk about it enough. So I like that Tanisha has this, because what we're trying to do is smooth over the conversation. There's a lot of things in this corner, a lot of things in that corner. Think about all the stinking proms you go to when guys are young and we don't understand women, they don't understand us. Why is it that every time all the women are on one side, all the guys are on one side? Because we're trying to come to understanding. It takes one person for the right song to come in, dance, and now we all dancing and interacting together. That's how relationships are. Who's going to broach this relationship and break down the ground so we all can come together? And so discussions like this, as she has with these comments tonight, are helping us to close the gap, because we want to work out and have this conversation with y'all. Because, hey, even a dog guy has a heart. I'm not saying I'm a dog. Hey, I'm married. Pastor's married. But for all y'all women who may want that, present yourself as such. You can't be out here having a whole energy and talking about you want a whole marriage. But Tanisha, go ahead. I'm deflecting to you. I'm listening. I'm behaving.
I have a question for the ladies.
Okay, come on.
Because I want to go back to her question. How come women think that they shouldn't have any skin in the game, or they shouldn't be willing to face rejection the same way that men do?
I don't think that's true for all women. I don't know if you were about to say something, Tanisha.
No, I mean, I think that what it is that we might internalize rejection more than men do. Women internalize everything. So for you guys, you see, like you said, focus on your 3 out of 10, and that's okay for you. Women will automatically think something is wrong with them if they were rejected. And so, I mean, I guess it's a thing that we have to work through, but I think that what I feel is the issue with both men and women is that we're in this weird space of wanting to operate from traditional values and also want to be modern at the same time. And so, like Baseball King was saying, you know, women liberated, you have sex with whoever you want. So that part is very modern. But when it comes to, okay, maybe I can approach a man as well, we don't do that. And so I feel like we got to pick a side and figure out what side we want to be on and move accordingly. But we seem to be stuck in that part.
But even traditional women knew how to actually court and seduce a man to get him to approach him. You watch those old movies; those ladies knew how to drop the handkerchief right in front of the man that was and they knew what they was doing. They knew how to flick up the dress and take their leg and throw it over the other so that to catch his attention with the high heels or whatever. Where is that art with the young ladies? Because all thing we see is you all twerking and dropping it like it's hot. So make every man think that you ready to have sex in less than 10 seconds.
Swiping right.
Exactly.
It just gives us a bad rap. It gives us a bad rap because I don't feel like all women are like that. I mean, I personally don't do that, but to me personally, I have approached men. I have done that. And I think it's what you were saying. I think it's about having good discernment. To me, like, yes, I've approached the wrong kind of men, and it makes me a little bit discouraged. And I have been rejected before, and I completely agree. I think as a woman, we tend to internalize it, and we're like, oh, like it must be me, like something must be wrong with me. And that's not the case. I think it's easier for men to just brush it off. And I have been like the one that's been like, hey, you know, we should hang out, or, you know, I'm the initiator. And then sometimes when I am talking to someone, I do tend to fall back because I don't want it to be only me saying something at the same time. I feel like it should be equal. Like it should be the other person reaching out to me as well and initiating us hanging out or whatever as well.
So do you have a squad?
A squad of who?
Dude. A roster of men.
No, and I do not. I don't like doing that. I think I probably used to do that when I was a teenager. I'm in my 30s. I don't do that now, but
well, you definitely need one now.
You definitely need one now.
I'm just because I don't know. I just like to talk to one person at a time, and then if it doesn't work out, it just doesn't work out. And I don't know. That's just how I am.
So you're wasting your time. So
dang,
because in essence, that's what you're saying, right? Because once again, like BG said, men are competitive. And if you're talking to one man at a time, you're not putting him in a competitive mode. So once again, if you start saying like, "Oh, I got a date tonight. I got a date with this guy and a date with this guy," either one or two things is going to happen. He's going to fall back quicker, or he's going to step forward faster. So, and that's the thing. Same thing happened with me and my wife. Once you get past 30, virtually every relationship begins messy. It is what it is, right?
Wait, what?
Oh yeah. Oh
What
yeah.
It ain't a clean break.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
What?
yeah. What you looking at me like that for?
Let me go
What do
refill
you
my
mean it
cup.
begins
Go ahead.
messy?
Explain.
Once again, there's typically less clean breaks once you get into your 30s and you get older, right? You might be tied to a ex-husband that you have kids, or she might be tied to a ex-wife, or he might be leaving a relationship and she might be leaving a relationship. So that's what I'm talking about. Like me and my wife, right? We were both at the end of a relationship when we met each other. We didn't talk to each other for at least 2 months until we were both out of a relationship that still lingered 2 to 3 weeks later inside when we was beginning to dating. That's what I mean. Most relationships, once you get over a certain age, going to actually start kind of messy. You got to work through a lot of things just to get to the point to where you want to be. So that's just a part of being life. That's why marriage is a contract. Once again, because you are in a negotiating phase at that point in time. How is this going to work? What are you going to do? Where are you going to live? All these other type of things. So once again, that's what it's about. So I think modern women need to understand America has given you all equality. So what you going to do with it from here on out?
So I need to know what I'm preparing myself for, because you got me kind of nervous. So you telling me.
Why are you nervous?
Because I'm approaching my 30s, so I need to understand what you're talking about. So if a woman doesn't have kids, you're still telling me that it's going to be messy.
I say at most. You could be that one anomaly, but typically there's a guy lingering, because I'm pretty sure that you have a roster, right?
No, I don't have a roster.
Not yet? Well, you need to go get one then.
Maybe I should have a roster. You telling me I'm
you should have a
wasting
roster.
my time.
Yeah, you need to have a roster. I don't see anything wrong with that. As long as you're not knocking down all 5, there's nothing wrong with you dating multiple people, because once again, you trying to negotiate through this life that we're going through. So, and the one that you spend 6 months with might not be the one for you, and you just wasted 6 months, and you're 30 years old. That means that you're pushing closer to 35. Come on, let's be honest about this. You got to get to it.
Can I ask you a question? So basically you're saying date multiple men and then tell these other men that you're dating other men to incite jealousy so that they step up to the plate?
I'm just simply saying just be open and honest. I'm not saying trying to make anything jealous. No, you just simply saying, no, they actually you're dating somewhere else. You're just like, I'm dating 2 other guys, and just lay it out there. I'm not trying to tell you to incite jealousy, but what I'm simply saying is he needs to know where he is on the pecking order, because every man know when we're dating, we are somewhere on the pecking order, right? Let's be honest. That's why I say you want to start off in the morning dating a lady, because you the last one on the bench. So you don't want to spend real money if you're the last one on the bench. She already got somebody else in first base. Nah, you don't want to do that. And it's the same thing with women. Very seldom will you meet a man over 30 years old that's not having sex with anyone. And if you do, there's going to be complications, because typically those type of men you all don't want. Where am I wrong?
Wait, you're saying if we meet a man who's not having sex with other people?
If you meet a man that's not involved with another woman, typically other women don't want that man.
That's facts. That's true. Yeah.
So
you gotta
just
feel
take
like he's a catch.
Yeah. Let's be honest about this.
So I need to have a roster. That's basically what you're saying. Okay, cool.
A well-crafted roster.
Yeah,
well-crafted roster.
Thank you
That's
for putting that out.
See, people think they're out here just going to have fun with these guys and casually kicking it. That's not a roster. We ain't talking about casually having sex, casually going to the scene. And, he took me to the comedy club. We went to the bar. We talking about a well-crafted roster. What does that look like? It's simple. what are the things you need in your life? What are the voids that you as a woman, you may fulfill everything you want with your independent nature, but there is somebody like, oh, this guy gonna take my car to get, he's gonna pay to get it washed and get the oil change. All right, I might be able to roster you. Okay, oh, you an officer? Dang, I spared. I'm gonna give you a call and you're gonna tell this other officer to let me off the hook. I'll take that. Yeah, that's cool. You know, oh, mechanic, yeah, I broke down. Oh, you gonna come to my house? I ain't gotta take it to one of these places that they're gonna charge me 3 times the cost. Yeah, you're rosterable, right? So it has to be well crafted. Oh, you the guy that you're willing to go out and take me to eat, and you don't expect anything serious because you're a friend of mine and I'm going to eat lovely. Yeah, I'll be a foodie call, as we call it, right? Forget a booty call. We'll be the foodie call. So there are so many different things you can get out of a guy. And it's not that it's manipulation. Sometimes they're willing to play that role because guess what? They may have a roster. And if they don't have a roster, they have to compete and build themselves to being that top guy. But keep all these things in mind. What are the things you need? Keep these guys around and benefit from that. It's not that you're using them. It's that, look, you didn't commit to a relationship out the get-go. So if they want to linger, that's on them. If you said, look, we exclusive, and then you played them, now you trifling. But if you're like, hey, I'm having fun kicking it, enjoy your roster.
Yes. So Christina said, and this is actually advice that my grandmother gave me. She says that a woman was dating 13 guys at one time. She said the trick is to not sleep with them. That's how she got her husband. Can you hear me?
Hold on now.
That's smart.
Oh, goodness. Hold on now. I'm holding my head and my heart at the same time. Can you read this again? Please, Tanisha. I don't want to even read it. My brain can't process. Read this. I heard 13 and I stopped. Go ahead.
13 guys, but she's not sleeping with any of them.
13 is a lot. Like, I would confuse their names. That's a job. I would have to take notes, write down who is who and who does what. That's a lot. Yeah, that's. I mean, so it does make sense to not sleep with them.
13
a baker's dozen to get a husband. A baker's dozen to get a husband.
Wow.
So did it work for her? So I guess the thing is, if you're suggesting that women have a roster, do you also suggest that she doesn't sleep with any of the men in these roster? And how long should she continue having a roster?
Until somebody wins and shows themselves like they're the guy. And yeah, you can sleep with one, maybe two. If you're sleeping with all of them, you're just a hoe that has a roster. Like, you have to be honest with these things here, right? Because a guy like if you are, don't ever let it get back to him. A guy's okay if you're kicking it with another guy and he's competing to get your attention and he wins you over. If he finds out that you're sleeping with 3 and 4 men at the same time, then that's not what we're calling a roster. That's a casual relationship. And when you're talking about this darn 13, my heart is still dropping. Like, I'm still in my all I keep hearing is this baker's dozen. Like, she got 13 baker's dozen to get a husband. I can't let that term go. And I'm like, look, that thing here.
So what do you say is the appropriate number for a roster? What is the appropriate number?
Right.
5.
Really? Okay. No, 3 serious. I'm about to say
4.
Three legitimate, 2 on the fringes. You can manage 3, 2 on the fringes. That's all. Because really, 4, you're right. Like, 5 is a lot. 3 is manageable, but somebody ain't gonna act right. So you want to have 2 on standby out of your main 3. You're going to have the one that you always call, you vibe with. They're great to have a good conversation with. You may even go out with them. You're going to have the one that they fulfill needs. You might not even be interested, but for some reason, they're great at fulfilling needs. You're not going to reject anybody in your life fulfilling needs, especially if they're going to do that. You don't have to give sex, right?
Usually the big dude, right? Usually the big dude. Every woman needs a big dude on their roster. That's all I'm saying.
And then you're going to have the ones that, the big dudes, the fool can cook. And then, this is a sneak one though, Pastor. Women know it too. Tanisha, y'all know it too. Y'all going to have the one in the roster that you kind of like, I don't know about, but your friends like him. And so he has a spot because your friend's like, no, girl, he cool. Keep him. You're like, dang. I don't know. It's one that's always good with the friend. And you're like, dang, okay. I'm finna let him rock a little while and see how this happens. Because The smart dudes who know they don't got a lot, they're gonna try to win over your friends to secure their spot. They're like, look, I might not have the money, I might not have the best this and that, but if your friends rock on me, I'm gonna have longevity. So there's a lot of games we all play. I'm quiet on the rest of it. We can't
So
give you all the
someone
secret.
responded to the 13 people and said that they all might not have been dealing with her the way she was dating them. So do you think this is something that happens with a roster of any size? So I guess two-part question. One, should a woman be honest about the fact that she has a roster? Okay. Okay, so she shouldn't say that she has a roster.
A guy knows based on the time you give him. You don't have to say it. He knows.
We know.
He knows based on the time. You don't have to say that because now he thinking you about a hoe if you bring it out there. No, he knows based on the time he gives. Don't say it. No.
Yeah, we always doing lunch. We kind of know where we at. So it is what it is.
Okay, so don't say anything. So when a guy knows, whether it's like, so he just observed and he knows she has a roster, do you think that he is honest about the way he's dating her? So if he has his own roster, is that being communicated, or is it just assumed that both people have a roster?
Nah, most men don't, because most men think on the scarcity. They don't want to mess up what they could potentially have, so they're gonna probably keep it close as they possibly can until you kind of like talk it out of them. But those are the men who think at that mindset. Me personally, I was open and honest about what I was doing. It was like, hey, you wanted a number right now, so when is going to happen? But most men, they think scarcity, so they don't want to mess it up. So that's one thing. So you got to actually know how to finesse that.
The Black intellectual, Pastor. You quiet. What you think? What do you think about all this? What do you think about a roster? Bueller, are you there?
I think he went to sleep.
He might have went to sleep.
Before he chimes in, though.
I personally, I just wanted to say, like, I don't know. I feel some type of way about using people, because I don't know, if you're not that into them and you're just using them to get things, that is also transactional. I see your face. You're like, what? Like, I know, but
marriage is transactional.
Right. I'm listening. I want to hear her. Transactional. I don't know. I feel weird about using people. Just be like, oh, get my car inspected. I don't know. I just feel weird.
It feels weird.
Yeah,
people
like
go out
I'm
their
just
way
using
to help
them.
you when they're interested.
You're right.
In you.
You're
That's
right.
One thing I learned.
You're right. And I stopped talking to this Liberian guy because I thought he was too nice. And now the way y'all talking, maybe I should call him and get him to get my car done.
But see, you said get him to get your. See, the thing about when you talk about a roster, these guys are trying to establish their role. So they're volunteering these services. There's not really a true manipulation. Like when we're talking about a true manipulation, that's when you're like, ooh. And guys, when they see that, it kind of turns them off. So they're not going to be on the roster because they're like, nah, she's tripping. She want me to pay for this and that. I don't even know her. She don't even know my name out the gate. This is what she's doing. Right. But for the guys who think you're a presentable woman and like you, they're going to volunteer these services. The problem is when they volunteer these services and then you start milking them knowing you have no interest. If you if you have a neutral interest, you can let them do these services and see where everything falls. And then at the end, if it's established that you're not really into them like that, then it's okay to cut it. But the thing is, now you're not feeling bad because they volunteered these services rather than you saying, I'm trying to coerce them to this and I need this and need that. That's a different thing you're talking about. And I hear you. You're not a manipulator.
That's not what I meant. He had offered it. Like when I was talking to him, he offered to do it. And I was just like, no, because I liked him, but then he started doing stuff to where I thought he was too nice and I stopped talking to him.
Well, wait a minute.
Yo bad.
You said you thought he was too nice?
Yo bad.
Nice. What does that mean, y'all?
Okay, so okay, yeah. Like he was a really nice guy. Like he would come pick me up, but the thing that really turned me off was that he kept apologizing. Like he kept saying, I'm sorry, like for no reason at all, for like stuff that he had nothing. Like I had a stomach ache one time when I went to see him and he would just be like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Like, and I'm like, you didn't do anything. It just made me upset. I don't know. I'm a Gemini as well. It just was too much. Like, I don't know.
Don't do this Gemini talk. You ain't gonna put a bad name on us like
No,
this here.
I'm
You
not putting a
stop it.
bad name.
You
Wait, you're trying to
stop
make
it.
me sound crazy. Hold on.
Oh goodness. See, look
Wait
how
a
you did.
minute.
Look how you put this thing. We trying to make you sound. I said bad name. I didn't say nothing about crazy. You see how this happens? This is the plight of us young men. You see,
I
us
feel
young brothers,
gaslighted.
this is the plight.
Don't
See,
do
and
her
look,
like
she
that.
You
gaslighted me
gaslit
and
that
said,
man.
yes,
You
that's
gaslit
what
that man. What you
I'm falling back. I didn't even say
I'm
anything.
saying like no, I'm saying no, that's not y'all are trying to take my words and do something else to it. That's not what I
No, we
meant.
just
That's
using
not what
what
I meant.
you said that you said that not us. We just hanging our heads down. You had
All
a
right, I
good
got a
guy.
controversial comment. All right. So, Maria, first of all, Pastor, you a pimp, by the way. I don't know if you realize that. You the pimp.
No, I'm not a pimp.
But there's Maria said that
Pimping
Wow.
is a whole different game. Pimping is a game.
Especially the pimp. I'm crying.
some
No.
of this is
Pimping.
bad advice. You're basically telling some women not to be themselves just to get a man. Do you feel like women should be stepping outside of themselves to attract a man? This is open to anyone.
Yes, yes, and yes. And then a
Yes.
yes after that. Yes,
Because
and
men
then
do
if
it
you
too.
ain't got the yes, it's a yes. Let me tell you why. Because men have to do the same thing.
Men do it too.
I think that's what we don't. A man has to step out of himself to get. Let me tell you, guys, and we ain't even talking about the guys that borrow their homeboy's car because they know he got an Escalade sitting on 32s. It ain't his, and I'm gonna borrow it to take this woman on a date, right? Like we know, we understand the games that are played because a guy would do that to get this woman. But the thing is, some guys are recluses. They're not really open like that. And they say, I have to step outside of myself, get on these apps, step out of myself, go to these bars and make myself presentable and approach this woman. I think both parties do it. It's not a male or female thing, right? And so you have to go and do that to get the results you want. And if you don't, some people will be lonely. It's not even deep. Yeah, we both parties do it.
How do you think women do it though?
Ooh, good question.
Ooh, don't make me start. Fake lashes.
That's a good one.
Fake lashes, fake hair,
everything will have
butt,
to be fake, Pastor. Stop it.
Fake toenails, fake fingernails.
Stop it.
You literally a transformer. You're a whole different person when you take all that stuff off. And that's not being fake. That's a question.
I think that's different, though.
I don't think so. I think that's different.
That may be her expression of showing herself presentable. Because if society says those are the things that guys like, and this what makes me presentable and look like a certain woman that guys would like, that's where the people are going to follow these trends. We can't stop that. No, that's not catfishing. Catfishing is catfishing. Catfishing is catfishing.
If you take her home, dude, you remember that movie I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker, where he took the chick home?
Yeah, everything came off. Legs,
everything came from legs.
Fake leg. Like she got a whole fake leg out here. Like goodness, she took her leg off.
She took off the weave. She took out the eyes. Her eyes went from like green to black. She took off her boobs. She took off her butt. Everything just came off. That just still extreme, but it's still the same thing.
It's not the same thing. It's not, because I'll tell you why. I think what she's trying to, I don't know, I can't see the other comments, but telling some women not to be themselves. I think she's talking about like on the inside, like how you was telling us to get a rostered and we don't already do that. And I don't talk to more than one man at a time. And that's not something I normally do. I think that's an internal thing. Like wearing weaves. Black women, we wear weaves to protect our natural hair. So that's not, and we get our nails done, and because it makes us feel good to go to the nail salon and have a self-care day. And so to me, that's not the same thing at all. I mean, I do think some women should go a little outside of themselves if that's about learning to have more confidence to talk to a man, or how y'all said, learning what to say, learning how to seduce a man. So in that aspect, yes, I do think we can learn to be better, to get, I guess, whatever your end goal is, a relationship or a sneaky link or whatever you want.
Black intellectual, what do you have to say? I think you're present now.
I absorbed a lot of this last 5 minutes of the conversation. So from the bull being too nice to the makeup situation, I ain't gonna hold you. When he said I ain't gonna get you sucker, I don't blame him. Yo, like y'all be looking mad different when all that come off. Like I be getting hugs from people and I got makeup across my shirt, just like an imprint of their face on my shirt. Cause like I'm like, that's how much you got on? Like I don't think dudes mind a little bit, but it's like when there's a lot and you just look like a completely different person is when we're like, okay, maybe fall back a little bit because that's a lot of makeup you got on. You know what I'm saying? It's like to the lashes, to the wig, to the makeup. It's like you just created a whole different personality.
That's why on the first date y'all go somewhere where it's active. You do a hiking date or something. If she pull up to a hiking date with makeup on, that tell you everything that you need to know. But that's always my advice to women: go on your first date and have light makeup or no makeup, and then when he finally sees you with makeup, it's like, oh shoot, like he's seeing you elevate versus the opposite.
That's a good point. I mean, some women do wear a lot of makeup.
Okay,
but can I ask this question?
Oh, go ahead.
Are we fools as guys? Because this is one thing. We all know what club lights are. Everybody looks great at a club when those are low lit lights and you drunk as hell.
Y'all talk about it.
Right? So why are guys getting fooled at brunch time when this woman got so much cake on her face that Betty Crocker endorses her? Like, we have to understand, when you see that, you know what it is. You know she don't look like that. Any woman that is going to brunch and her makeup is an inch thick, you know she don't look like that. We all get got by the club lights. I will give it. I've been got by the club lights being tipsy and drunk. But when it's midday, no, that's on you. That ain't a catfish. That's you being hopeful. Sir, she does not look like that. That's all I'm saying.
I agree. I mean, I just think in general, I mean, this can expand to the dynamic of men. Sometimes I think women feel like what men say that they want, and then the women that they go after, it doesn't quite line up. So it kind of speaks to that. Like if you guys are saying that you want a natural woman, but you go after the woman who has tons of makeup or got her body done or whatever the case may be, it's confusing. So I think you guys have to be a little bit more clear in what you say you want, and then make sure your actions line up with that too.
Well, what you just said is exactly how guys feel about women. Like y'all will say y'all want this type of dude, but the guy y'all end up with is the exact opposite.
That's true. My edges. Okay. Okay, with the clap back. That's true.
I mean, we both got that same problem. So like, girls would be like, we want a dude that's got his stuff together, but the dude that y'all got pregnant by, he never had none of these things. So we're like, wait a minute. I thought you want to do with a job. Why you got a kid with a dude that's in his mom's basement right now? Like,
wait.
That's how we look at it. So it's like both arguments add up though. I think both sides actually have the same argument that makes sense. So it's like,
kind of, but people always use the like the baby dad example, right? The guy who you were in the past, he doesn't line up with what you say you want now. I have yet to get like a really valid answer on what's wrong with that. Like if a woman chose a guy in the past, she realized that wasn't the best role, she's going for different men now. That's different than you in the present moment saying that you want a woman to look one way and then you're still going for someone that's completely different. So what's the problem with her saying like, yeah, I messed with a bum, like I fumbled, I took an L, now I want to try to approach men who are better for a long-term commitment? But it seems like women are kind of demonized for that.
Well, the problem is that dudes who say this stuff are dudes that don't want to take care of that dude's children. And we look at that as you're not a good decision maker. So we see it like
you had the baby.
So we see it like, okay, you knew he was a bum, you knew he wasn't worth nothing. Why'd you have his child anyway? And now me, who didn't do any of these things, now I gotta take care of his kid.
I gotta pay double.
I gotta jump through hoops of fire just to get you to even trust me. I gotta jump through hoops of fire just for you to go on a date with me. I gotta go through all these other things, and I gotta make sure you got a babysitter for your kid and all this other stuff. It's just double the work when it comes into that situation. Whereas us, we might not have gotten those other joints pregnant, and we're still childless. I think the dangerous thing is more times than not, statistically proven, women end up being single moms more than we're single dads.
And can we be honest? Even though America has given you all equality, men still sees the woman's body as sacred. And if you don't pass it out to some low life, low level, and just minus the kid, and if we know that you dealt with somebody that's way beneath our level, and you know, that's kind of like a shot in the gut at the same time. It's like you almost been defiled or something. I don't the word that I'm looking for, I can't comprehend. I can't bring it forward, but that's how men see it. It's like somebody is trampled on our territory that shouldn't have been here. It's like a lion's territory being overran by hyenas. I think that's the best way to say it, because they shouldn't be there. And you allowed them in, and then you actually kept it there for a long time, and before you rejected that guy out your life. I think that's more telling about your character and what you're willing to do with your body versus everything else.
Okay, so a couple comments I want to point out. So Orange Blossom says that isn't fair because men sleep with women they would never be in relationships with, but they can't get pregnant.
The world isn't fair.
Yeah, it's a double standard.
Yeah, it is. There's plenty of double standards. Yep. Men have some, women have some. But at the end of the day, it's still about the game, and are you willing to play it? That's what it's about. She's right. That's not fair, but it is what it is. The same way men have to take women out majority of the time and pay for the dates. That's not fair, but men still do it.
Foodie call.
Yeah. I mean, I also think a part of it too is like, I do agree. I do feel that women need to do a better job of just being more selective about who we are all collectively having sex with. Because we can say like, okay, these men are sleeping with women they would never be in relationships with. So my viewpoint is, okay, how can we all get better as women to identify these men who are obviously just using us for sex, not have sex with them so that that doesn't keep happening. But I just always feel like that's a disconnect. Women can't seem to get on the same page, or maybe they're not seeing the red flags, but I think that perpetuates the cycle as well.
It does. It's the darn emotional connection. Let me tell you, we know how to tug on a woman's emotional strings as guys. That's why you have a lot of guys, when you see a woman, you say, girl, him? Because that guy found that wavelength and tapped in and tugged on her emotional strings. And that's the difference when you're talking about a guy can have sex and dismiss all emotions. We already know that. With a woman, she doesn't want to feel cheapened. So the idea of a woman saying this is just a one-night stand, does it happen? Yes. But there's a certain part of her where it's like, I'm cheapening that. So let me extend this beyond the one-night stand to see what happens. And you extend it and you realize you got caught up with a guy who didn't give two craps tails about you. And then he did what he did. And you like, but sometimes you have to know when you have to cut your losses. But the emotional side, typically with the women, will allow them to investigate further than a guy would, where a guy's like, hey, I did my thing, jumped off. Okay, that's it. I'm keeping moving. And I hate that, because God, as a man, I realize that. And I hate that we know that about y'all, that's the difference maker, where it's the emotional side where we can pull on those strings and you'll invest more. Well, maybe he'll do better, or maybe I can change him. You hear a lot of, why do women say they can change a grown man with testosterone? I do not understand this thing to the life of me, to the death of me. You cannot, no, you
Girl,
cannot change a man. But a lot of them just feel like, no, you cannot change. Don't do that. And I think if we're talking about nuggets and tidbits before I kick it off to somebody else, don't come with the confidence of I can change this man. We already know that's not. We've seen many relationships go bad like that. A man has to change himself, and as a woman, you support a man, and we support him. Hopefully, he wants to change himself, and if he's not willing to do that, you fall back. But don't come with the energy that I'm such a great woman that I'm going to help change this man. No, that's not how this works. And then a lot of women leave themselves vulnerable in instances like that.
I agree with that. I think it depends. It comes from learning experiences. Like once you try and you learn that you can't do that, and it's also about having more self-love for yourself and not trying to like not being codependent. Sometimes anyone could be codependent and you're trying to control and you're trying to change and you're trying to help when people have to help themselves, like in any situation.
So I do have a question because I think this kind of circles back to the original topic. So the original topic was women who give up too quickly, right? And you just kind of made a statement about women always trying to fix a man or help a man. So I guess for women who are, let's say you're in a relationship with a guy, the sentiment is that a lot of women end things too early because they're unhappy, the guy wouldn't grow, things like that. But then you're also saying that women on the flip side, they try to invest too much time into helping a man change or hoping that he changes. So what's the middle ground? When does a woman know that, okay, this man is not going to change and you're not prematurely ending the situation when he could be on that pathway to improving?
Oh, don't have me acting ignorant on these dang YouTube streets. I was trying to be good. He's a 40-year-old freaking rapper. I'm throwing out stuff that's out. Girl, leave him be. He's a 40-year-old rapper. No, you cannot help him with that. If he ain't make it from 20 to 40, 20-year period, there's no supporting him helping that. Now, would there be an anomaly that may happen? Yeah, 1 out of 1 million to 10 million, yes. Girl, some of these things are apparent. I think that's the thing when it's like written on the wall and we still ignore it. We're not saying don't support a man, but what are the endeavors he has? Because as Pastor referenced, can you communicate your vision and purpose? If it's just what I want to do and you don't have a game plan, you don't have initiative, you haven't had deep thought, yes, you're going to have a good woman who will take over the task. But if she's running it and doing it, at the end of the day, she's going to be like, he ain't did nothing. Let me be the rapper. Let me do all this stuff here because he's sitting back. He ain't wrote nothing. He ain't wrote lyrics. He ain't set up studio time. He didn't do nothing. This is my project now. I'm taking over. And so certain guys will say things just to throw it out there and they're not invested. And then their woman goes full-fledged because they say, I want to be a great woman. But once you are being that great woman, sit back and see what else he does. When you're fulfilling your role, he has to continue to elevate. And I think that's what happens. Sometimes a woman wants to be in a good position to help a guy. He says he's going to do something and he gets lax and he doesn't elevate in his role. And then now you're doing all the work and then there's resentment from that. And so that's what I hate that happens. So look at him, watch his movements and activities. A guy that's doing something, let him go full-fledged hard and do it. And it was like, hey, babe, I see you going hard. You ain't good with the money. I'm going to handle the money part. You do everything else. That's a balance. But it can't be he says, I'm going to do this here, and then you taking over the full project, and he's on cruise control. Read between the lines and see what he's doing, because guys will do it all the time. I'm going to see if I got me a sucker. They'll see if they got a sucker with other men, and they'll see if they have a sucker with a woman who may be interested in them. Support him, but don't do all the work. One thing, I'm going to end it with this thing here. Men love the work. A man is at his weakest when he's not working. And we have this discussion, me and Pastor Life. Men are creative. We love the work. People hate it. Be like, oh, you ain't going to slave me. You ain't going to do that. Men love the work. That's why we're the ones who are willing to go out there and holler at women. We're willing to work the dangerous jobs. Tell me, how many women are going out there and go on these power lines? How many women are going out there and deep sea fishing? to catch some darn tuna. They're like, I like tuna, but not that much, right? And so we're doing all the tough jobs because we're willing out there, we're willing to go work and let a man work. Because when a man doesn't work, that's why we brought up the whole roster and the compete. Competing is working. A man must work. If you have a man that's not willing to work and he gets real relaxed and chill, that's a big red flag because it's innate in our nature to go out there, compete, to go out there, provide, and to go out there and work. So when he's working, all you do is supplement his work. Don't take over and you lead it and he's not doing anything.
Okay. So I think one of the last questions I want to ask then, should a woman date a man while he's broke? If he is in a state where he is insecure with his finances, considering everything that you just said, is it dangerous for a woman to try to encounter that man, build with that man while he's broke?
We have something that we call the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. And we talk about that because these men might not make that much money. One of the things that I say that these men must have is a history of maintaining some form of employment and jobs, even if they might not have it right now. Because I personally, when I met my wife, was down and out. I was part owner of a finance company, a home finance company, and everything fell to crap back in 2007, 2008. I lost everything. I went from being worth 1.3 million to literally 2007, I made $13,000. So that's how, in 2008, I made 12,000. Lost everything that I had. And that was a struggle for me to get back on my feet. And 4 years later, in 2011, 2012 is when I met my wife. I was just now getting back on my feet, and trying to build up. So I was literally making about $25,000, $30,000 when I met my wife. And the day that we got married, the week later, I doubled my salary. And then 2 years later, I doubled my salary again. And I tripled my first salary. So I'm doing quite well. So saying that, there is some validity to dating a man, but he has to have history of being able to do something. If he can't show you history or talk about his history and actually articulate his vision, purpose, and plan and show you that it can work, I would say no. If he say, just like BG said, he's trying to get inside the rap game and make it happen, and it hasn't happened, you probably need to kick rocks. But he has to be able to show and prove his history. My wife jumped on my game because she met the young men that I mentored and talked to, and she knew the people that I kept around me, and she saw who they were as well, and so she was a lot more willing to get on my plan.
Okay, so it's more about having the action. The plan needs to be there. You need to see that he has a vision, but you think it's okay for women to pursue men in that state as long as he has a
history of actually doing well. If he's falling down and he's getting back up, that's something totally different. If he's always been down, now that's a whole different story.
Ray.
Yeah. If he can't tell you anything that he's done, that's been great.
Oh, I'm quiet. I could say stuff.
Cool,
Look,
cool.
You got it, Tiny.
All right, guys.
Look,
well, we are at 4 hours. I can't believe this live stream has gone so long. This is the longest that it's been yet. So we're gonna get ready to close this thing out. Shout out to you guys for showing love to the channel today. Are there any closing statements that you guys would like to make?
I would just say thanks for letting me come on the channel. I was like, one of these days I'm gonna be on this channel. One of these days I'm gonna get to talk to Ty. And I was like, I don't regret it. I actually really enjoyed doing this, and hopefully I can do it again. So I liked it a lot. Thank you. This was like very respectful than like most podcasts I've seen on YouTube. This was like really respectful. Everyone got a word in. I really enjoyed it. So
I enjoyed it as well. I just saw
I'm so glad that you enjoyed. I'm happy that we got it to be more engaging. So that's dope. Thank you.
Yes. I had to come up. There was no other women. I was like, no, these men are not gonna. So no, but it was really fun. I got a lot of really good insights too, and it's nice to see and peep game from other men talking about different things, and I really enjoyed it. I'm happy about it.
BG, because we know you're going to long strokers.
No, I would not do that on Tanisha's show. All I'm gonna say is I appreciate her for having us on, and that's that. I'm being humble tonight, but it was great. I appreciate her, and she is a great host. That's that. What you want me to say? So it looks like she's booting up and getting her stuff right, and she'll be back on.
My internet is out here tweaking, so we're gonna go ahead and close this out. But I heard the most of what y'all said. So yes, I appreciate you guys coming in. This is the goal of what I want. So I really want these lives to be interactive and just get different perspectives, because I think that there's not a lot of platforms where men and women can just be real, be raw, engage with each other, and be respectful even if they don't agree with each other. So I really, really appreciate everyone who contributed today. Shout out to the Figuring Ish Out podcast. If you guys are not linked with them, we're gonna drop.
It's all right. You
You had any last minute
them.
comments, but I don't know if you guys heard that part. So was there anything that you guys wanted to say? If you did already, then that's cool too.
Pass. I want to say to the young lady that's next to me, be encouraged. Yeah, dating is a hard thing. It's not for the faint of heart. And the world is changing. We're no longer in the 1930s and 40s, 60s for anything. And so you have to adjust with the times. I know it's going to be hard, but once again, if you go out there and if you put yourself out there and you be consistent at it and you actually allow yourself to be vulnerable, good things going to happen. You just don't give up your body. That's about it.
I agree. I think he gave you guys the best advice he could have gave, because today, like we said, the dating market is trash today. So, but I think if you hold up a good standard, it's easier to weed out. Like I said, like he said, don't give up your body. That's the best way to weed out the intentionals from the in the moment type people.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
She left
someone to close us out.
Hey.
I was trying to close it out. Oh my God. I don't know if you guys heard anything I said, but if you did not, thank you so much for tuning in on this live. I was actually shouting you guys out on the Figuring Ish Out podcast. So thank you so much, Past the Life and Bad Gemini, for contributing. As always, we link up every Thursday at 7:30 p.m. Eastern time. So if you enjoyed the conversation today, make sure you tap in next week, because we here, we live, we active. I was asking if you guys wanted to say anything to close it out, but I don't know if I missed that part already. So anything that you guys want to say?
We already said it.
Okay, all right then.
We heard that.
All right, guys, as always, stay safe, stay blessed, and until next time, y'all. Bye.
Bye.